To stand and consider all possibilities is to drown in a tunneling sea of infinite potentiality.
Do we know who we're commentating first? Yeah. Let me see. Lovely. Okay.
Yeah, my bad.
Yeah.
Welcome to. All right, hello everybody, and welcome to Paddling Pool 361. Opening things up here on this wonderful Wednesday morning, afternoon, or evening, wherever you are watching. My name is Raka. Joining me is Zari, and we are taking a look at our first matchup here between Last Minute versus Flamezone in this best of 3 double elimination format.
Yes, indeed. And we're going to be starting on Hagglefish, which, of course, Hagglefish TC, you see a lot. It is certainly a map mode that can be a little snowbally once you get up those kind of past that ramp, past that second checkpoint. You're kind of in the death zone there. You really need to not let them get there. But it'll be interesting to see what we see from these two teams and kind of what they're bringing to the table. So yeah, any predictions, Rocket? Any thoughts?
Well, yeah, a little bit of context kind of just given to these teams. Last minute, a pickup of sorts. A lot of +3 talent kind of littered across the board. I see Love is Life there. We could be seeing some Blaster gameplay, specifically some Rapid Blaster. Could be very annoying to deal with if you're on the side of Flamers, and kind of what you mentioned in terms of those choke points, especially near that second choke point where you really have a lot of defensive positions to really set up on retakes to really just poke away at the tower on the other side for Flamison. A Division 3 team here for this most recent Ludi Ludi Season 17. A team very familiar with each other as they have been playing with each other since, I believe, May of 2025. So a lot of familiarity there. So Pickup versus Develops team, gonna be interesting to see how it plays out in that aspect. But yeah, kind of wrapping back to what I was talking about with Love is Life, that Blaster going to be very annoying to deal with.
Yeah, certainly. So you're gonna have to keep an eye on if you're on the other team there. You want to make sure to shut that down as quickly as possible, because a Blaster, tower control, even just Hagglefish in general, like you can kind of get a lot done as a Blaster on that. So it'll be interesting to see how this plays out. What else they kind of take to counter each other, etc. So yeah, I suppose we'll just have to wait and see.
Yeah, and you also have a lot of other familiar names as well. I see Risk 3K there, formerly from Condon, if you viewers remember that team. Condon's still around there, so yeah, a lot of familiar high-level players from that pickup in Last Minute, but kind of shifting over the focus right back to the map modes here. You also have Clam Blitz Museum coming up, and Rainmaker Scourge Gorge if necessary for that game 3 as well. Any of those either two maps kind of stick out to you, Zari?
Well, I'd say that kind of Museum Clams can be a little jolly at times and then explosive. So when you have that kind of blaster that can shoot and pressure from below ledges, that can be very helpful to mean that you've actually got a bit more space to push up. And then depending on the range opportunities here, like what they bring to the table, like you can get a lot done with it. Yet again, without even being on that on this, like on and around the spinner before you're even able to push up. So yeah, I'll be intrigued to see how that goes after this game.
And we'll get our first look at what we can have from both these sides. You have Flamison in the orange, Last Minute in the purple. And you already see a very, very aggressive comp with Flamison going with the V-Shot and C-Blaster. You know, Blaster, of course, especially short-range blasters have been getting a lot of the buzz lately in terms of how powerful and not powerful they are. Some arguing, hey, they weren't really nerfed in this recent upcoming patch, but they have proven to be very, very dangerous for teams to really push into. And you have already an early skirmish happening with Last Minute losing 2 of their players, so early advantage to Flamison to move forward.
Yes, indeed, and it continues to snowball in their direction. With 3 down, obviously, Last Minute has to back up and kind of regroup. But with a Zuka coming out, they're going to have to scatter, though it doesn't end up finding any picks, and instead, the blaster goes down. Ooh.
And you have Slim Shady as well on that 96 gal. That vacuum 96 gal is going to be proving to be a very useful tool, not only for that defense that you saw being able to completely deny Flamison on that right side push, but also be able to move forward with that as well. You also see with Last Minute running the Junior, you have 2 specials really to kind of utilize and move up for that choke point that we were discussing. Could be very, very difficult to push up otherwise. You have the Booyah Bomb coming out, Slim Shady managing to find another one. Maybe could get the second as well. They do, and the tides have turned into Last Minute's favor, being able to camp out that cooler, and with just XF left and trying to run to live to fight another day, it will be a Last Minute counterattack.
Indeed, and there's Last Minute able to get this tower moving, and already they are at the checkpoint, and they are going to get the lead. So that will, right, they will be able to get through this first checkpoint, but how much further? With the use of that VAC, they should be able to get to the second one. Can they hold it further?
Yeah, and you see with all the specials that Last Minute have, you have them used in combination with each other. First, it was the back, like you mentioned, and then the bubble just placed a little bit further up to provide even more space for Last Minute to push up, making them all the way down to that 25-point mark. If they're able to get this last checkpoint, it could be very crucial, even if their momentum is lost. But, I mean, you see the momentum continuing to move forward. Yet another VAC is online here. So things looking very dire for Flamison as the Booyah Bomb as well, making life so much harder. Just that 96 left alive on the tower, and it will fall, but that is a wonderful push from Last Minute. They're knocking out all 3 of the checkpoints and making it all the way down to 5.
Yep, that is very much the danger zone for Flamison there. Getting past the second checkpoint is a struggle on the best of days. Getting through the third one, oh my goodness, most of the time that doesn't happen twice in a game. So they really have an uphill battle here, and at the moment they're kind of pushed back, ending up fighting neutral, and Last Minute takes the tower again.
Yes, and just the special uses, the constant VACs that are being upheld, this is making it so annoying for Flamison to really push back into. Nerfer manages to find one, may try to find a couple more, especially with that flow online, but they are quickly counteracted and traded out on that left side. Now, Mondi on this Junior as well, trying to just keep out that paint output that has been doing them really nicely for Last Minute. Just constantly winning that paint battle and winning that space battle has just kept Flamison with little options to push into.
It just means that the routes they have are a bit more predictable, and they're kind of a bit, like, it's easier to see them coming, which definitely Last Minute aren't using to their advantage. Continuing to fight this neutral, but one player of Last Minute does go down, giving Flamison the ability to push up, be a little bit more aggressive, but that immediately backfires as 3 of them go down. Make that 4.
Yeah, with that delayed wipeout, you really have no reason for last minute to take any major risks, just especially given that major lead that you have, but still keeping up the pressure here as yet again they continue to move up that right side. Yet another vac is online. I feel like every single time there's major movement, I see Slim Shady just pop out that vac. You have the splash gun there to try to counteract. It does find one onto that junior, but with 30 seconds left, the first order of business for Flamison is at least getting back into mid. You have Slim Shady just sharking over there, eventually found out by Nefer there, but who will win that 1v1? Nefer just left in a very awkward position as the tower is pushing into them. It is a 2v2 even trade. 15 seconds left and things are looking very dire for Flamison here. They need to get on that tower soon.
Yep, and they lose the blaster, which is not what they need right now. Bondi backing off because of the booyah, but it's just, it's not going to be enough.
You had constant, great special usage coming out from last minute to constantly put the pedal to the metal, constantly apply that pressure, and just zone out the entirety of Flamison the entire game. I mean, just off of opening. Although Flamison were able to win that initial team fight, last minute just stayed calm, stayed to their defense, and then hit back with a monstrous counterattack. And that's exactly what this comp really leans into. Really forcing you to take the fights to last minute to prevent them to even set up to begin with. Because if you allow them to set up in the exact way that you saw last minute was able to set up there, we could be in for a very, very quick set. But Flamison, now with that information in their mind, surely should be able to bounce back in Clan Blitz Museum, which you mentioned it can be very chokeholdy. You really have only one good option for moving up, which is that ramp area. But if we do see a very similar comp that last minute is running here, you do have those similar tools to counteract that with the vac and with the bubble.
Yeah, yes, indeed. You definitely have ways to make it more safe to push that one main chokehold. So it'll be interesting to see if maybe one way is to just overwhelm. For example, the vac, you can just like overwhelm it, or if you want to get rid of those bubbles, you can still use things like strikes to just immediately wipe it out. But depends kind of if Flamation they want to adapt their comp that hard. If they have something else up their sleeve that maybe would work better for them, we're gonna find out what their answer is.
Yes, best of 3, of course, in this double elimination. Last minute, 1 game away from moving on. Flamison 1 game away from being knocked down to losers. See the slight adjustments here and there. We do see that bucket coming out from not Flamison, but last minute there with the V bucket on Slim Shady. So vac will not be had for Clan Blitz, but you will have those strikes for another tool to move up instead of that vac.
Yes, indeed, and also gives them the opportunity to kind of push up past the bubble that they place as well using strikes. But yeah, already it seems like Flamation had a bit of a better start there, but it kind of fell apart as 2 players go down. They're able to get a football and get out, but now they just don't have really much control, which doesn't give them very much priority to get any other clams or kind of keep their footing there.
Yeah, and you see Mandy there, Mondi up there with the junior as well, managing to find 2 on a weapon that isn't really known for splatting, but yet they found so much space and last minute really make do with that advantage that they've been able to create. You have 2 players going down on that initial push, but still, it is a very, very quick push that led last minute to get that first score on the board. Now, Flamison rebounded really nicely to prevent it from being any more dangerous. You wanted to keep it up above that 60-point threshold because that's really that sweet spot point total that you have to really survive a counterattack. But with Flamison keeping it up to 71, they have a great opportunity to bounce right back with that pity clam.
Yes, indeed, it really does put them in a better position here to make a counterattack. If they can just, I was going to say, if they could just get a good pick, and there is a pick, but that's 3v3 at the moment. Ooh. Are they going to be able to capitalize on this? I do believe so, especially with that booyah.
Yeah, XF there with the initial pop, and Nefer is there with the follow-up plans. The lead now in favor of Flamison. Zuka almost available for that shot. Just waiting for a great opportunity to use it, but 2 players do go down on that push. Flamison now losing some momentum in that mid, on that spinner hold, so they'll just have to live to fight another day. But a great counter attack there, just really well done from that right side, from that C Blast splash down to create so much space up on that hold. So we're now at that midpoint, neutral point again, just both teams trying to fight for advantage and halfway through the match.
Yes, indeed. It does seem that last minute is kind of getting a little bit more of the paint coverage here, as we've been seeing from them in this mid, but it is still very neutral and likely to change, as we're seeing. But yeah, both teams trying to find advantage. First player going down in that skirmish being on the side of last minute. That's a lot of footballs going on the side of Flamesian, which should mean they are going to be able to get a push going.
Yeah, you have the splashdown yet again for Kirima on that left side, but 2 go down now, 3 in total, just 1 left on the side of Flamus, and it is going to be that V-shot. They do find that equalizing trade, but do go down, which will stagger them in this hold. 2 specials available for last minute, and they are the spacing specials. You have the Booyah Bomb coming out from the Stamper, and you still have Slim Shady strikes as well to move up this ramp area. So here comes last minute onto the opposing spinner. They're trying to get those clams going. Here come the strikes, and here comes the push from Mondi. The barrier will have been broken, but will the follow-up be there? You have a 1-for-1 trade already happening. Fraudshire on this right side being able to stay alive, but not able to quite get that lead as a cross-section Zuka all the way from mid completely denies that lead flip. That was huge there from Flamison to keep that lead just barely by 1 point with 1:15 remaining.
Yes, indeed, that was so crucial, and keeps just by the skin of their teeth, keeps that lead, but they've lost 2 players, and that's a full wipe! Oh my goodness, last minute has to build a power clam, and quickly, and they're already there, able to take the lead, 1 minute left on the clock. Are Flamesian gonna be able to come back from this? It's not much of a lead.
Yeah, they do have an opportunity to do so. 45 seconds left, and the Pity Clam in hand with a advantage now being able to move into mid. You do have to get those resources up and online. You already have the Zuka, and you do have the Splashdown available, but you need that Fortress Pro's Booyah Bomb to be online as well. Speaking of which, here is 28 seconds left. 2 players do go down in mid, though. There is the equalizing trade for Nefer onto Slim Shady, but will it be enough? 20 seconds left. We will surely see an overtime push here, but now the question is, how are they going to move in? It does look like they're going to be taking the block here.
They're able to get the first in.
Ooh.
They are able to get the lead, but will they be able to defend it? That's the real question, because they will have to. But, oh my goodness, they already have to wait. Overtime is it's already on its way. So the question is, will Flamesian be able to defend it?
Yeah, you already have the strikes and the Booyah Bomb utilized, and you don't really have a lot of time here, and it doesn't look like there is a ball in the position to really make that basket break to continue the push. So Flamison bounced back really nicely in a very seesaw game that could have gone either way. Both teams coming up huge there, and you did see for a moment that last minute potentially could have closed that one out, but a very clutch push from Flamison equalizes the score, and now we're moving over to game 3.
Yes, indeed, we are, which does mean we're going to be seeing some undertow action, and Rainmaker specifically. So that is going to be very interesting. I would likely predict the return of the vacuum. I think that makes sense.
Yeah, I was just thinking that. I mean, Rainmaker and Vac, that's just like a perfect combination, and especially with the comp not exactly working into the favor of last minute and just seeing the overwhelming success that it did in the first game, I think that would be a very good bet to have that Vac return, because you can do the same thing with Rainmaker as you did with Tower. Of course, the Tower not being a player that you have to have sacrificed their weapon, but still something that you do have to protect. And what are 2 good specials in protecting? You have a Bubble and you have a Vac to really move up that choke point on the left side.
Yep, because especially when you have like even people placed kind of, I can't remember the call out for it, but like directly above you looking down as you're trying to push past where the checkpoint is to begin with. Like, it can be quite difficult to even get to the corner, which is the main choke there, and get through. But having the option of having 2 specials that can defend you through that whole process will be exceptionally helpful on the side of last minute. I'd be intrigued to see how Flamison how they're going to handle that, because it didn't seem like they had a way to in the first round.
Yeah, and you have a complete shift here in terms of how Flamison is really playing this. The glam shot now for Kraken. Kraken really good in Rainmaker for stalling out, and XF going away from the traditional backline and going for that end zap. So no real backline for Flamison. The longest range weapon there is going to be that Frozen Throw. The slight change over on the other side as well, gonna be that Gal. So both teams choosing a more aggressive comp, really more in your face, and you have last minutes being the ones to have that initial advantage and move it up that left side. And what do you know? You have the bubble there acting as the bodyguard for a very quick checkpoint pop in the favor of last minute.
Yes, and after all those discussions on using a on using a vacuum, we have no such vacuum. They have decided instead to go for the 52 instead of the 96, and the movement potential, the speed of especially last minute at the moment, it's working.
Yeah, and you almost get a knockout already in the first minute of things, and we can still very much see it there, but luckily enough, the paint is there from Flamison to prevent absolute disaster. But, I mean, blink and you misses are in the first minute of things. You already have an almost knockout win case scenario that you need for Flamison to even bring this one back.
Yep, yes indeed. And as we were talking about earlier, their range is already gone. They're getting flanked already. They need to get up that ramp, but oh, that is not happening just yet, but here we go.
A nice double from the glam shot. Kraken that will allow the runway to be paved. Still not an impossible task to push in, but I feel like this might be one of the best opportunities for Flamison to move in. But you do have just the Rainmaker saying the heck with it, moving forward, but they will be quickly shut down, as now that is a wipeout in favor of last minute this time. 3 minutes gone. Both teams have had their initial opportunities to move forward, and both teams have already knocked out that checkpoint. So it's really going to be a battle of who's able to get in that next counteract push. Of course, you have last minute being able to sit on their hands a little bit, not really in any pressure to move forward. Yet again, a situation kind of mirrored on that Hagglefish tower market, but still a lot of time left on the clock for Flamison to counteract.
Yes, indeed. It's also important to note that under normal circumstances, 21 could definitely be a win on this map. But with such an explosive opening from last minute, it truly, you have to be on the back foot the whole game, because if Flamison want to win this, they need to end it. So this is going to be kind of a bit more of a war of attrition on their side.
Yeah, and it's always just going to come down to the special usage, whether the specials get the value, whether the Splashdown gets value, the Kraken gets value, or the Booyah Bomb gets value for Flamison. And they need to all happen in a quick succession, just really have that opening. This is like this one where you have 2 players down on the side of last minute. Hold on, you have the opportunity to maybe get it up the ramp, but a quick counter is there from that Rapid Blast to shut it down. That might have been the best opportunity that Flamison had with 3 players down now. Last minute just barely survive and hang on. That looked very scary for them.
Yes, it did. Oh my goodness. Within 3 to within 3. But yet again, they need to make it to a knockout, so still very much a struggle for them. But it's not off the table. They're able to get there. It's just they need to get those last, those last couple steps. But first of all, they need to get control of the Rainmaker again.
Great way to do it. I mean, with the short blaster, managing to find 3 on that right side. That is exactly how you want to push things up. And this is the beauty of the short blaster. They're just moving up with no fear, basically causing so much havoc and distraction on that right side that the rest of Flamison are able to move up. But here comes Slim Shady on that flank, being able to pinch out the players of Flamison. Kraken is there as well to kind of counteract this, and you have some just scrimmagey, very ugly fighting happening on that left side as the players is popping out from everywhere trying to take out those players, but you have Frontsire being able to close things down with a very nice double kill with Flow as well to be able to shut down that Flamezon push. 30 seconds left, however, and things now, time running out for Flamezon to make this one competitive.
Yep, yes, indeed. It's really coming down to it here. The 52 ends up going down. There is a couple of specials online for last minute here. They're slowly using them, but with the last 10 seconds, that Rainmaker is in a struggle position. Nefer is going to try and push through, but is not able to get to it.
And with that, last minute secure a very, very tight 2-1 victory. And you gotta think, like, you mentioned it earlier and you touched on it a bit, Zari, about how 21, I believe, was the point total, was a very winnable score. And 4 is as well. 4 is also a very winnable point total. It just happens to be that last minute with that early, not even 50-second push, was able to knock it down to all the way to 1. And on a map such as Undertow Rainmaker, it is so hard to get that done, especially at a high level like this. And you saw that Flamezon had an opportunity to knock out themselves, managing to get it all the way down to 4 if it wasn't just for a little bit of last minute heroics being able to take out that Rainmaker carrier right before they were able to make it up that platform podium. We could see a completely different story. So although 2-1, you can typically imagine is a very close and competitive set. You see it on this replay here, just so close to making up the barrier. You could have seen this game play out in a very different manner, and we could see a different team moving on, but last minute there, some very clutch defenses to hold the line as they will move on in bracket.
Yes, indeed they will. And yes, I would very much say it's their ability to kind of hold their ground that really made the difference in those 2 games they won. It was their ability to not kind of be moved out of position, using their specials together to kind of lengthen the pushes they'd already made, and just make kind of the best out of the opportunities that they were given.
Yes. And with that, we'll be moving on to our next round. It's technically round 3 here, as we did not spectate the round 1 matchup that was previously winners bracket round 2. So we'll be moving on to round 3, as a matter of fact, we're still waiting for our match to be fully set up, as we do only have one team that has made their way into winners bracket round 3.2, which is going to be our next match that we'll be spectating. It's Too Much is going to be one of the teams there, but we're still waiting for another round to finish up. So with that being said, we'll be taking a quick break before we move on to the next round, but don't go anywhere. Paddling Pool 361 will continue here next.
Welcome back, everyone, to technically round 3. Yet again, we didn't see round 1. But welcome back, Paddling Pool 361. We are into our best of 5s. This is quarterfinals now, which seems mad that we're already here.
Yep, and speaking of which, best of 5 now situation, as we're taking a look at our map pool here. We're not starting on Rainmaker Undertow, we are starting on Rainmaker Mincemeat, a map that you typically don't see that often, but I mean, love to see it as the starter for this best of 5. Thundercat versus It's Too Much will be our teams, and taking a look at a deeper dive into both of these teams, another set where it's a pickup versus pickup here for Thundercats, primarily made up of members from Uprising and Paris Saint Glufus, +2 and +3 talent across the board there, and similar story for It's Too Much, mainly made up of members of Passion Fruit and Usagi Fan Club.
Ooh, very intriguing, man. Those are definitely teams that have made their mark in multiple different tournaments. So it will be interesting to see how kind of they stack up. I'm still, every time I look at this and I'm like, Mincemeat? We're going to Mincemeat? Why are we going to Mincemeat? Thundercat, why are we going to Mincemeat? I'm just so unused to this.
Yeah, it's, to say the least, you don't see this played in tournaments often, but it really brings now the opportunity for not only our dear viewers and for us to really see how teams of this high level play and approach this map, but how they can adapt and really bring in new strategies and really new holds that aren't really being able to seen on other maps here now, with both sides having 2 checkpoints that really both of them can be equally as utilized. We'll take our quick look at our maps, and we see a brush carbon comp coming out from one side, and on the other something similar to what we saw in our previous set, except we have the Tetradualies as well coming out for Ilu there on It's Too Much.
Yes, very much. It's Too Much. We've seen similar, but Thundercat very much not starting the way they want to there. They had 3 down, that checkpoint is done, and they already have it popped again. As It's Too Much do end up kind of getting cornered here, 3 down themselves, so that does give Thundercat a bit of a way back here.
Yeah, with Thundercat having this carbon brush duo, you don't really have a lot of paint being able to support those 2 weapons, so you really have to go all aggression, which is exactly what they did there. You have another 3 down situation. It's just left to the pen remaining. We could see a very quick 100-0 knockout, almost there, barely saved by It's Too Much, and with 3 down on the side of Thundercat. This is looking very, very similar to what we saw in that previous set.
Yes, indeed. That is very, very quick from like not being able to defend that first checkpoint to now them having the pushback. Thundercat able to get to that one position there, but now are they able to kind of keep it is the question.
Yeah, just as equally as Thundercat is able to push in, they're just as equally able to really fold in on themselves, just given those very hit or miss, high risk weapons such as that brush and that carbon there. As you really have only the heavy edit and the pro, the other 2 weapons to really hold forth, especially with this vacuum coming out from It's Too Much as well. They have to really be patient with how they retake. 2 players down on the side of Thundercat, but that Rainmaker will be able to be taken out. Now just a 1v1 here between the Stamper and the Carbon, a stall fest as both teams just wait for their players to come back to get in another scrimmage on this elbow position.
Yes, indeed. There certainly is a lot of fighting going on, but which team's going to come out on top? It does seem like Thundercat is able to get a bit more space back, but with so much paint on the side of It's Too Much, they're going to struggle to get any kind of movement here. And It's Too Much continue to kind of stay in this powerful position. They'll have to go back and get the Rainmaker, but that's not too much of a hardship, especially as they continue to keep all this space.
Yeah, you have Spexal on this right side as well, with that Crab available to utilize to really move up this elbow position, but you have the heavy edit positioning themselves really nicely on that wall, continuously applying that paint pressure. The Booyah Bomb finds 2 as well from Este. Really nice pinch from Thundercat, but they do lose 3 players themselves. That quick advantage that they were able to create quickly thwarted away as it's too much, continuing to move forward on this elbow position on the right side. It has been a roadblock for them, however, as I feel this is like the third push they've tried to move in on that right side, but being promoted every step of the way.
Yes, indeed. They're trying to keep that Rainmaker alive, but Spexow not able to grab it before it resets. Yeah, all that pain, all that kind of positioning advantage they had to make this push a little easier. It's just they're not able to keep it long enough to actually get anything, like get past the corner, get up that ramp. So we continue to kind of be in this stalemate. The Tetra's having to back out of that bad position. And we continue to fight over this checkpoint.
Yeah, and a part of why Thundercat's able to create this choke point is because the VAC hasn't been able to really come online that often. This is only the second time I've seen the VAC move up this elbow area, and finally you have some momentum moving up this right side. Here come the specials, here come that Reef Slider. Two players are down on the side of Thundercat, but the Rainmaker has fallen, given now an opportunity for Thundercat to respawn and kind of hold this here, but you do have to be careful. Here comes that push, and there is the quick response. A very similar, yet again, I feel like this is deja vu. It is a 1-4 score total at the top, very mirroring that previous set, and with 40 seconds left, Thundercat now have the opportunity to just reset it and get it away from danger.
They do, though they continue to hold it, and using it as, I suppose, an additional range option. Though the one with that option being their remix there does kind of mean that they just, yeah, they put it where they want to put it. They make it a little bit more defensible. Oh!
And a wipe out as well to boot, with that Rush being able to sneak in from behind, making the situation nearly impossible now for It's Too Much. Gonna have to be a very barring miracle there to even make it towards the Rainmaker, but it will not be the case, as a very, very nice start for that set, just mirroring the previous set. Again, deja vu, 1-4 in that previous set, now 1-4 here yet again. Thundercat takes this one, though, in a very close game, as now they're 1-0 in this best of 5.
Yep, that's a good way to start, and on a map that you picked, that also sends a bit of a message, right? Like there was that moment where It's Too Much was able to kind of come back. They were able to make their move, get up that the ramp, but it's just not quite enough, as we were talking about. You need to get that knockout once they've pushed to 1. And you were talking about that VAC and how that's what finally got them out of that choke. That stalemate was the vacuum. That was their only way up, because of these weapons that they were facing. Like once you get too close, you're just kind of dead. So the only kind of defense you have to approach like that is that VAC. So yeah, very interesting that that's what it took, and it makes a lot of sense. But then once it was over, then yeah, just that all it takes is one kill to kind of bring it all toppling down.
Yeah, and you do have to applaud the efforts from It's Too Much to make it down to all the way to 4, but when you initially get pushed all the way down to 1, it puts yourself in a very, very difficult situation to really come back from that. But that's more props to how fast Thundercat was able to respond to those advantages, those fights that they won when they had their push of their own, to really set themselves up in a position to really just play keep away the rest of the game. And now, that being said, though, we'll be moving on to our second game, maybe a more return to normalcy for people here, more commonly played map, with Zone's Robo Ramen being this map.
Yes, I would say this is kind of a return to form. This is how we're a lot more comfortable here. We know what's going on in Zone's Rainbow Ramen. So yes, it's certainly. I'm intrigued to see if there's any changes in what Thundercat bring to the table for this, because of how open the center of the map can be, it can be a struggle to get one Slayer short range weapon into position, but 2, I don't know. They might go for it. They might run rings around It's Too Much. We don't know, but I would just wonder if they're gonna be able to get them to the position they want to be in, with a more stationary objective.
Yeah, you really have to lean into really getting value out of slaying the other team with those two weapons and not doubting their execution at all in terms of how they are able to get in. I mean, you saw it prove wonders, basically be the win condition for them in that previous game because both those weapons were able to get in from behind. It's just getting to that point that I'm sure is going to be the question, and also what happens if they're being pushed back because you don't really have a lot of retake potential. You only have that Forge Pro with the Booyah Bomb to really move in, and with only two weapons that aren't really the best at initializing those weapons to go in, so we'll have to see if there are going to be any changes to that comp.
Yeah, exactly. We're seeing similar, but they're changing the VAC. And yeah, still same kind of vibe from Thundercat. So yeah, not too much of a difference.
Yeah, you do have that 96 going for the Kraken one instead of the VAC, like you mentioned there, but with the brush going down pretty early on the side of Thundercat, It's Too Much will have that advantage here in mid, and not only that, just taking a base look at the team comps, a base advantage in terms of paint, just given the specials that It's Too Much has, in terms of having that Reef Slider and the Booyah Bomb.
Yep, exactly. They can definitely get a lot of kind of space and or even just space potential from those, and also with the Kraken you can move into those Slayer weapons, right? You can push them out of position using that, so that can be a very good counter to what Thundercat's got going on.
Yeah, brush doing brush things, just try to draw attention away from from the rest of Thundercat. This is exactly what you want, just trying to taunt away the attention of It's Too Much, but you do have the dualies responding really nicely to that. Here comes the Reef Slider as well to potentially create more space. You cause 3 players of Thundercat to look that direction, but now you have to hold here. You do have the Booyah Bomb coming out from Este, the only real retake special on the side of Thundercat to initialize things, but Thundercat and the rest of that team responded really nicely to move forward. Ilu on this, the Tetra Dually still finding a way to win the fights against weapons that are just so effective at being up close, but they themselves staying alive as you have. Although Thundercat do have that zone, they're being quickly pushed away by that Kraken from Love Hate.
Yep, yes indeed, and It's Too Much able to just get the retake very, very easily there. Not much contesting going on. And there's the Booyah, able to catch the Pro off, yet again, their main retake special. So that is a good pick to find. They're also able to get that hammer before anything can go amiss with that, and with still the, I was going to say the Stamper was still in there, but not anymore.
Yeah, but with time ticking down and with a lot of blue paint on the map, you're just gonna have to start seeing Thundercat force a lot of things, especially with this brush already chipped out and dead. Now 10 ticks left, and with the majority of the players dead on the side of Thundercat, just left to the Carbon to paint the zone. I mean, that's not a sentence that you want to hear. A Carbon being forced to paint the zone, which is just not going to work with numbers disadvantage. So a really nice bounce back from Thundercats now with that more painty type of comp, really being able to space out It's Too Much, now making it 1-1.
Yes, both teams able to take a game there, and it did definitely follow the same kind of trajectory, right? If Thundercat was able to hold, more clearly, if they were able to get that hold and kind of keep it, that could have gone in their favor, but because they were constantly on the back foot, constantly kind of out of paint, like whenever they had moments like this, it was very good, but they just weren't able to hold it, and then Love Hate came in and just pushed them all out, and then that was an easy retake. But yeah, once they lost their paint, it was such a struggle for them to get anything else done.
Yes, and now we will move to Game 3, Clamblitz Scourge Gorge. Now the one to break this stalemate that we've been in. Basically now reset to best of 3 territory, with both sides being able to take that initial game. We're moving to a map that kind of is 50-50 for the comps that you've typically seen already. I mean, of course, you had Thundercat really being able to make use of the more skirmishy type of comp to really go all in on slaying and being able to create space, and then It's Too Much's comp with being able to zone out with paint and superior painting specials on that zone map. And now we move to a map mode that kind of has a combination of both. You need to be able to have both. You need to be able to constantly space out the other team from retaking to be able to continue scoring, and you also need to be able to constantly apply that paint and be able to take fights and win them.
Yeah. Oh, absolutely. It's so crucial to be able to keep as much of mid in your color and in your control, and especially even if they are like. Even if you are still skirmishing and still going down, as long as you can keep that equal and also keep your clams up, that can easily, like, at the drop of a hat, switch into like a what's the way to put this? A kind of opportunity, put clams in the basket kind of mindset. So
right.
You can go very quickly that way. This is not ideal. Hopefully that's
knocking on wood here. No one disconnects. Hopefully we'll have
they're all here.
8-person lobby. Yep, looks like we're all here. But Thundercat leading a lot more into that aggressiveness with them seeing now Este moving over to the Gal. Still sticking with the Brush Carbon combination, by the way. So not shying away from their identity, if not more leaning into it of saying, hey, we want to fight everything. And we see it there with 3 players crunching on that left side hold, causing a 1-for-2 trade in favor of Thundercat.
Yep, and also is important to note that that brush, this is Clamblitz. we must mention how brushes can be a nuisance on this mode specifically.
Yep. Yeah, just constantly running around, collecting clams, being annoying. That's exactly what Brush really wants to lean into, and especially drawing eyes as well. The power of Brush is really being able to try to stay alive and being able to force multiple players to look at you so you can create an advantage elsewhere. Just constantly forcing them to have you in mind. But with that quick retake you have from It's Too Much, they'll try to go back into mid, but Luca Lamar constantly making the Ped's life a nightmare here. Just constantly going in, managing to find one out to Sully before they're taken out themselves. They will take that trade any day of the week as Thundercat are slowly but surely moving up here. Do they smell the shark, though, coming out from Ilu there? Just waiting so patiently in this little strand of green ink, just daring Thundercat to move forward as Reef Slider is slowly but surely being built as well, but the whales finally shark them out and they will be taken out.
Yes, oh my goodness, that they held it for so long. They're definitely looking to make the most out of this and see if they can. There we go. Este able to make the power clam that they needed, get that in the basket. They still want to crack that 60 threshold, but I don't think they're going to get the opportunity to. Yep, not yet. As they continue to kind of inch towards it.
Yeah. Nice hammer, though, coming out from the Brush. Yet again, constantly proven to be very, very dangerous to try to push into in this mid-hold. You have a Kraken available from Love Hate to maybe force a fight, but they're not really in a position to do so because the other half of that dynamic duo, that Carbon, is also there. So just a nightmare for It's Too Much to just constantly keep track of both these weapons and be aware of them, especially since you have this Brush already on this flank, just constantly drawing the eyes of the pen, allowing the rest of their team to move in, especially that heavy edits, because that's kind of the drawback that you have when running heavy edit. The Kraken is there for the response, and yet again, Thundercat are able to get in another push, this time finally cracking that 60-point threshold and sitting very comfortably after that third attempt. But now, finally, with that counterattack, with them going all in on that attack, It's Too Much finally has a lot of space in mid to set up their push of their own.
Yes, indeed. It is very interesting how a lot of the time It's Too Much, like they can get stuff done like this whenever they're able to push Thundercat off their own tempo the way they want to play. But if they're not able to do that, then Thundercat just run away with it. So it's so incredibly important that they keep like one or both of those slaying weapons off the field or on the back foot, because that's how they're able to get kind of like these moments, right, where they're gonna put another power clam in, they're gonna keep this rolling.
Yeah, and now you see how It's Too Much is playing to their tempo, creating so much space and denying so much space for Thundercat to move in, but Este basically forcing themselves up that elbow area could prove to be enough. No, it won't be, as the two remaining players from It's Too Much, including Spexile, managing to move up that elbow position to take the lead. Now with a minute left, ball is in the court of Thundercat to make a move. Lid has the cooler available for them to utilize to kind of set up this elbow area, but with a minute left, they need to at least get a ball to set things going, and really you have to have those two frontline weapons find that initial pick.
Yeah, indeed, that is so incredibly crucial. But already that is 2 down. They'll having to back off. They do know that all they need to get that lead is a Power Clam and a Clam. So it's still, like, even with the time ticking, if they're able to get control of mid again, like, that's still an easy kind of switch. But it's important that they kind of don't, like, they keep losing a player or having just not quite enough paint to make that move.
Yeah, you have Luca Lamar just looking for Sully on that pen. They've been tormenting them the entire time, and there you go. Sully going down, and Luca Lamar now moving forward. They do get taken out, though. So 3v3 will occur. The pen is down for the moment, so an opportunity for Thundercats to kind of thrust themselves forward, try to move in with this. But overtime now lurking as well. That puts the timer cap on. You need to make that move now. You have a Reef Slider and a Kraken waiting, though, on the other side for It's Too Much to just dare them to push in. But here comes the jump. There's the score into the goal. But where's there the Clam? Yes, there is Thundercat. Despite facing 2 specials that could basically kill their push, sneak their way in and steal game 3.
Yes, I will say, as that last there was happening, as that last play was going on, even I was paying more attention to the brush and the roller than I was to Este, who just kind of walked in there. Like, yeah. Like the brush was on the catwalk, kind of going back and forth, trying to find, like, the opportunity where they weren't going to get shot on the way across. And even myself, I could see the whole screen, and I was like, oh, is the brush going to make it over there? And then suddenly Este's under the basket, calling a jump to me, and there they go. Had they have cleaned up Este and got the Clam that they held, then it would have they wouldn't have had enough. They needed that extra Clam, but they didn't kill Este. Even after the jump happened. So they were able to put, there it is, that one Power Clam that they had or one single Clam that they had, and that was all it took.
Exactly, wonderfully said, as you really have to draw your eyes on those 2 more close layering weapons, but it is the adjustment from Este to move over to the Gal that really did them wonders, and now you had it wasn't a dynamic duo you had to worry about. It was that trio of really, really up-forward slaying weapons, but with Este being there as well, not necessarily taking a backseat, but being able to shine when the moment mattered, and that was perfect there from Este to really move in. So now, Thundercat sitting up 2-1, have the opportunity to make this a gentleman sweep on Macomart Tower, but with this now being potentially the last game in this set, will there be adjustments for Thundercats, or It's Too Much? We'll have to wait and see, as you two already see a bit of a shift, more than a bit of a shift, actually. 2 weapon changes from It's Too Much, with Sully on now the Squiffer and Love-Hate on the Cooler 96.
Yes, indeed. I was not expecting that. Already, they take out 2 on Thundercat, and they're on the tower, pushing up 3 on Thundercat going down, as the last player, Este, is trying to hold their ground, but ends up getting just jumped there. And it's Too Much still having a nice footing here, but the brush is doing brush things and rushing about, keeping or trying to keep themselves alive.
I feel like this counter pick onto Squiffer by Sully was just a giant, hey, leave me alone to the brush, because throughout that entire previous match, you had the brush constantly tormenting Sully on that pen, so I'm just kind of thinking, like, my headcanon of this is like Sully just going, hey, let me take this brush, let me fight this brush, because, I mean, if you're gonna run a charger, especially a shorter range charger like a Squiffer, you gotta really trust your aim, especially since a very, very aggressive comp that Thundercat is running, but as you saw earlier from Sully, they've been able to hit their shots really nicely. You have that Roof Slider coming out from the Tetradulies on the left side, not really being able to find much value. 3 players down on the side of It's Too Much, so that push will stall out, but not before it did its damage, though, by knocking out that first checkpoint.
Yep. Important to get that out of the way as quickly as possible. Tar returns to neutral. 2 of Thundercats already going down. Everything is still mostly covered in yellow. So Thundercat, even after them clearing out a lot of what was going on with It's Too Much, are still in the back foot here. Este going down.
They had 3 players from It's Too Much dealing with Este on that left side, so really diving in to kill the members of Thundercat one by one to force a 3v4 on the other side here. Sully does have a bubble to utilize, will want to control the stack area, but they find them quickly themselves under duress, and they do go down in a 1-for-1 trade with Este. Still nearly half the match to be played, and we do not have any push coming out yet from Thundercat, as they've just been constantly thwarted. Yet again, the brush being taken out there as well, the edit as well on that bottom right side, as it is yet again another It's Too Much push.
Yes, indeed, and they've got that big bomb pushing everyone out of position here. There comes the bubble, meaning that Sully should be able to kind of sit and stay situated, but Luca on their way, trying to find a pick there, continuing to harass, but both players end up going down as Este continues to fight on the stacks, ends up going down, but It's Too Much coming out of that skirmish with more players up and able to keep that Tar moving.
Yeah, but props to Sully for staying alive despite being pressured out by that brush. They got past that second checkpoint and now are threatening the third one to make the situation even more dire for Thundercat on a map that you kind of expect these closer range weapons to find a lot more value, just given the geometry of it, given the more angular type of fights that you have. Sully hitting a nice shot onto Este. I feel like that's just been another adjustment that has led to a different wrinkle being shown in the sets. Now Sully being able to shut down Este for a lot of this match so far, with 1:25 remaining. Still, Thundercat just have to worry about getting this retake, and yet again, Sully just hitting their shots everywhere.
Yes, I definitely believe that the Sully switch is what's, yet again, changing the tempo in a way that Thundercat aren't really able to recover from. They're able to get some picks, but it's not enough in the grand scheme to kind of switch what's happening. Like, they're finally on that first checkpoint, and they've finally got some ground to work with. But is that going to continue to go that way? Little able to survive that. But is it going to be enough to keep this push going? Maybe. Ooh, maybe.
And here's the momentum switch. This is exactly what Splatoon is known for. Things can change on a dime. You already have them near that second checkpoint, and 2 players are down. Love Hate is there, but Gecko is there as well to be able to counteract them, poking away at Sully, almost managing to take them out. We're almost at the 3rd checkpoint already, just trying to break through this, but this is notoriously the most difficult choke point on this map. Sully just trying to poke away at Este onto the tower. 15 seconds left. A bubble up there as well. A lot of players are going down, but Sully isn't able to hit the shot as Thundercat move in to steal another game, and this one being the decider, steal this game away to force the gentleman's sweep in only about a minute. The entirety of that match turned on its head, and Thundercat take the set 3-1.
Oh my goodness. The start of that game and the end of that game were just 2 different games. Well, that will always remind you that, like, it can be going one way. Doesn't mean you're safe. They can have no points on the board. Doesn't mean you're safe. You're only safe when the game's over. Oh. Because a push to 7. They had a push to 7 before Thundercat really had anything going on. And then they just could not stop them.
I mean, that's what Thundercat's strength is in terms of their comp. All they need is one moment. That's all it takes. One moment to create the stagger, and it just kept going and going and going. You see off screen as well, Luca on that brush being able to throw a hammer at Love Hate and finding another one onto the tower, and what do you know? It's the last 2 remaining members of Thundercat being the brush and the carbon to seal that set for Thundercat just dancing on that tower just created such a very, very long stagger that just allowed the tower to move all the way to the goal. And like I mentioned before, that's exactly what Thundercat's strength really leans into. Just creating one opportunity of advantage and never giving it up.
Yep. Yes, indeed. Like they truly, they're like a dog with a bone. You're not gonna get it off them again. You need to make sure that they don't get it in the first place,
Right.
or else it'll run away from you, and there's nothing you can do about it. So, yeah. Oh, gosh, I still am stuck on the whole notion that those were two different games, like smashed into one. You can see how, yet again, as you mentioned, with Splatoon, like the tempo can just switch on a dime, and you can see players kind of activate in a way that whenever like the stars align, and this is the push that has worked so incredibly well for them. But yeah, with that in mind, they're through the semis. And and It's Too Much are gonna have to fight their way back here through losers. But yeah, we are gonna have to wait for the rest of the bracket to play out, as no one else is done yet. So yeah,
Yep.
we're gonna go to a short break.
sure it can't go down, and hopefully a teammate can follow up with it. And of course, being on comms here, you can do that. That is a triple.
Them, they're already giving up points on the third checkpoint.
Oh,
Hammer comes through. It looks like, will they be able to take the lead here? No, not quite yet. No, so close.
Splatoon Stronghold, a stronghold for competitive Splatoon, providing resources to long-timers and newcomers alike. If you're new to the competitive scene or still figuring out how to join, we have a getting started guide and plenty of other resources to help you in your journey. If you are a seasoned veteran, we still have plenty to offer. You can find and join tournaments as well as participate in our Captain Forum and find free agents and teams. Our mission is to make competitive Splatoon easily accessible to everyone. So what are you waiting for? Join the Splatoon Stronghold today!
And after a little bit of a wait, we are back with Paddling Pool 361. Now moving on to our next round here, winners bracket semifinals. Blanks versus UFO 361 is our matchup. Rocket here with Zari still on the mic here. We're taking a look at best of 5, starting off with Splat Zones on Macomart.
Yes, indeed. We have just been on Macomart, but on Tar Control, so we get to see this on something a little bit different. Also, still very much such a close quarters map, such a matchup. So I'll be intrigued to see what these teams decide to bring to the table and how they end up stacking up against each other. But yeah, Splat Zones, Mako, what a way to start a set.
Yeah, we did get a glimpse of a little bit of what Blanks is running in terms of their comp. We saw a Sea Blast, Doolies Jr., and I believe a Heavy Edit, if I'm not mistaken, but a comp really centralized around that Sea Blast, and this map very, very, very strong for such a weapon. Blanks, of course, the Division X team of Season 17 this current season, while UFO is currently made up of a lot of familiar names. You have 2 members from Lazarus being Zekrom and Yoshi, and you also have a familiar face to me, Noctis, captain of EYG Black Lotus.
Definitely players that we know and have seen in these kind of situations before. They are not new, and to be fair, to be in semis, that's to be expected. These are 100% familiar faces. And really, I'm just intrigued to see how UFO kind of is able to stack up to Blanksy. As we were waiting, we weren't sure how long it was going to take, because we should mention that quarterfinals for Blanksy, like, they did go to game 5. That's why the wait was a little bit longer. And that's intriguing, because it was against Last Minute, who of course we saw in round 1, or well, technically round 2, but in our round 1. So intriguing to see that they were able to put Blanksy on the back foot and take them to a game 5. But Blanksy able to come out on top.
Yeah, as a matter of fact, it was 2-1 in favor of Last Minute, and Blank Z had to come back for 2 games straight in order to survive that one. Meanwhile, on the side of UFO, they haven't had really that much resistance in their winners bracket run so far. They haven't dropped a single map in either of their sets so far. They've only played 2 sets, being able to get a bye in round 1, and they have yet to drop a game, but this could be potentially where they do so, or they could continue on that Cinderella run to keep moving forward. But as we wait to load in, as a matter of fact, we're loading in right now, we'll get our first look at both these teams in this tournament.
Yes, indeed. Alright, okay. Definitely seeing some weapons that can really use the ledges and the drops in this map specifically, like that blaster, that bucket. Julie's rolling on into the lower levels, but straight off the bat, UFO able to take the zone first, but that Junior should be able to take it to a neutral and then switch it over.
Yeah, instead of that aforementioned comp that I was mentioning about Blank Z, all remain true except for the Tetra Dualies for this particular map. Very good for Reef Slider to really get in and fight, but really difficult to do so against the space, paint, and range that UFO is bringing with the Bucket, Zimmy, and Blaster. There's not really any weapon to deal with the up forward fronting in-your-face Benny that is on that Sea Blast, but you don't really need to if you can just control the amount of paint and space like UFO is doing right here. I mean, looking at the map, it's all purple so far, as this is now Blank Z trying to get in, forcing something with that Reef Slider with the bubble.
Yep, yes, indeed. Definitely able to kind of hold their ground. Oh, the bomb not quite timed correctly does mean that that player does not go down after the inkjet, but there's still a lot going on here. Blanksy able to get control, or UFO even able to get control of the zone again before Blanksy's able to run away with it. but they do lose 2 players at the same time. Necrom looking for the pick, not quite able to find it.
Yeah, now back in business is Blank Z, but quickly put out of business is that heavy edit, with strikes available in Native's pocket, just waiting for an opportunity to use it and retake with it here, as they're just trying to set up, trying not to rush things as they're waiting for that cooler. Now is the go time. Push in with these strikes and that cooler without any worry of being severely punished for dying here. You already have a 1 player down on the side of Blank Z, but the lead will barely be taken there. Really nicely done to just hold on for a short amount of time before that can happen. You have Multi trying to get something going with those Tetris on the flank. Won't be able to do much as UFO are set up really nicely again for another hold, especially with that jetpack happening on that left side.
Yep, yes, indeed. Very much keeping a lot of the attention over on the left-hand side there, as the like 3x just is not able to do very much. They're not able to stay in, and those points keep ticking down. They're now below 30. Here comes in the Reef Slider, able to kind of stall, but with the strikes, not able to get enough done. There comes this splash down, but it's just put it into neutral again. It's not enough.
Yeah, 15 ticks left. Now time running out for Blank Z to get into the zone. You have Sarah Lit on this left side with that Zimmy just painting over, trying to distract some members of Blank Z from painting the zone, but they now have numbers disadvantage. Blank Z able to save the zone in a quick amount of time to save themselves a little bit more of an opportunity to live to fight another day in this match. Penalty points no longer a factor coming up here soon for Blank Z, as now they're starting to chip away at UFO's lead.
Yes, indeed. They do not know that Benny is behind them. Are they going to notice before it's too late? They do. It is a trade. Maybe not as much out of it as they would have liked, but they're still able to keep the zone and keep ticking away. But with Cyril here, with the mini in position, are they going to be able to get the zone? No, but they do get a pick for it.
Yeah, just still holding onto the zone is Blank Z. You have Benny on this left side, forcing the fight to UFO to put as much space in between them and the zone as possible. They will manage to find one before being quickly traded out by that bucket, and UFO do survive that retake attempts that you had from Blank Z, but Multi is there just constantly trying to apply that pressure. Just scrimmagey fighting happening in mid as the zone is flipping left and right and center. Benny on this left side flank again, constantly trying to poke away and draw attention from the rest of Blank Z to just cause this pinching area, but UFO continuing to recover really nicely in mid with 38 seconds left on the clock. Time is running out for Blank Z to make this one competitive.
Yes, indeed, they gotta take this back, and they are able to, but with only 30 seconds left, they have to hold this, and hold it, surely. Like, it really is coming down to it, and only 2 up on the side of Blank Z, and with the strikes coming out, they need to paint through this, and they need to do that now. They are able to hold on, but 10 seconds left. Are they gonna be able to keep working through and hold it through the overtime? I am not sure.
Yeah, just desperately trying to paint over his name with getting 2 in the zone. Now with Flow as well. That will surely help with the paint, as Benny and the junior just not able to paint over in a quick amount of time. Although there was an attempt from Blink Z to get into the zone, that early lead that was built by UFO was just too tall to handle, as UFO will take game 1 in this set.
Yes, indeed. They are staying on, at least for the moment, they're holding on to their no lost games yet. So Blank Z really need to kind of work their way towards that. This is important. But UFO still able to hold on and kind of push Blank Z back on their back foot. Also, important to note, I don't know if this will be part of this, like, watch back here, but there was a moment nearer the end of that game where 2 bubbles went up at the same time, and they cancelled each other out. I think it was because the edge of the bubbles, like, both of them intersected with the middle of the other one, and so that, like, cancelled, like, when they were, and they placed them at the same time. It was weird. Like, they were there for 1 second and then both gone. Both on zone. It was wild. But yes, anyway. that puts UFO in a very strong position going into game 2.
And with both teams running that aforementioned bubble and them both being pretty much shredded immediately, I mean, you rarely had an opportunity where a bubble was up pretty long just because of both sides having specials to cancel them out. You had the splashdown, you had the strikes, really just being able to constantly apply pressure to those key positions that you want to hold. And that's going to be similar on Umami Rune's tower, where I'm sure both teams may stick with their bubble weapons, the Junior on the side of Blank Z, UFO with that Zimmy, both being able to play for those specials and being able to control areas, but also counteractively trying to cancel out the other team's bubbles with those strikes and with that splashdown. Something that really impressed me, though, on the side of UFO was really being able to shut down that Sea Blast, really being able to make sure it didn't get as much value as it normally would on a map such as Mako Marts. So we'll see if that trend kind of continues here in Game 2.
Yes, we will. I'm also intrigued to see if there are any changes. I don't foresee any, but you never know. Okay. Interesting. Okay, fair enough. But yes, very similar enough between the two teams. As they start off trying to find a first pick on either side. Ooh, okay.
Yeah, you already have the quick aggression from Blank Z trying to right the wrongs of that previous match. You had Multi and Benny going in both on either side just to create that pinch onto UFO. And you already see Multi in the spawn on the side of Blank Z there. You see that Reef Slider going down. And right to replace them as well as that splashdown from Benny. A Reef Slider into a splashdown is devious work to just constantly pressure out UFO, and you already have them past that second checkpoint with only 40 seconds passing, and now 50 seconds passing in the match.
Yep, that is a very strong first push going on here. They've already got through both of those checkpoints, and they're keeping the tower situated, trying to find another pick. They were waiting to see if they could get another bubble there too, and they're able to get to this checkpoint. So that Reef Slider causing chaos. Yep, they're through it. Oh my goodness, is this just gonna
Yeah, no, to say the least, Blank Z did not take that previous loss lightly and just said, alright, sits up in gaming chair, let's do this. And just completely gave UFO no opportunity to move in. I mean, I mentioned it in the middle, like at the beginning of that match. I mean, off of Rip, off of that first initial team fight, it was Multi and Benny there, both with the Tetra Dualies and the Sea Blast respectively, just winning those initial fights, causing it to be a 4v2, and then continuing the momentum in. I felt like on that spawn plat area, I saw basically 3 Reef Sliders and 2 splashdowns in the general area, causing no space and no opportunity for UFO to even breathe at all. I mean, that was pretty much a straightforward shot from the middle of the map straight to the goal.
Yep, and you can see in this moment here, they do back off, they do regroup, and because of kind of the timing delay between their two players going down and UFO being able to step off this plat area, it gave them enough time that they were back up to full speed to just push back in again, right? There was no there was like a moment of downtime where Blank Z stepped back, but only so that their front lines could push in again, right? They were very careful not to lose the Junior and the edit to overextending when their Slayers were dead, which worked very well.
Yeah, and now with it being reset to best of 3 territory, will Blank Z continue that momentum? They looked very, very strong in that map, to say the least. We're now moving to Crableg Capital Rainmaker here, a more open type of map. Of course, the quirk of this map being those grates, and also the very, very chokeholdy positions to get to the goal area after the first checkpoint, either the perilous walking the plank on the great side on the right, or that jump on the left side can prove to be very chokeholdy. So up to the teams to see how they approach things, in a completely different look from Blank Z here, and some minor changes to UFO's comp, but To acknowledge the elephant in the room, that is a Sploosh and a Hydra Splatling with Multi going with the Zap to keep that cooler. And on the other side, the 96 Gal coming out from UFO.
Yes, very interesting. It does mean that if Blank Sea have the Sploosh and the Hydra up and in okay positions, they should get every pop. Like, that's what that means. Especially with Object Shredder on both of them. But yeah, at the moment, Blank Sea are trying to find the position to go around them, but it hasn't really worked and they've had to back up. The Sploosh is still kind of on ground level looking to see if they can hold back, but they are on their own down there with limited paint, so I don't know if they're going to be able to do too much.
Yeah, the Sploosh pick as well, left side, but it basically fills that niche that the Tetris was doing, which is be that very annoying quick movement shooter that is able to cause havoc with their special, and that's something that Blank Z was able to utilize in that previous game to major success, and Benny there camping under that left side as well is the other half of that kind of effort. But counteracting this UFO with that now Vac, that new wrinkle in this, of course Vac very strong in Rainmaker, can prove to be very good on offense and defense as Sarah Litz hits a very nice shot onto that Rainmaker carrier to deny any further presence and movement from Blank Z.
Oh, keeping them back. Are they going to be able to pop that Rainmaker? I don't think so. Not with the strikes coming in. There we go. It goes into UFO's favor, and with the Vac, they're able to get it across and up onto the post. Oh! But not to the checkpoint. That looked like it was, but not quite.
Not quite there, as Blank Z was able to find a nice angle to really shoot around that Vac, and what looks like a very quick checkpoint pop for UFO looks like a very good and very quick checkpoint pop for Blank Z. They're not in time is Sarahlit, who does go down. 3 players down on the side of UFO here, and just waiting for an opportunity now to move forward. This great area is so difficult to push up. The Hydra just trying to provide covering fire, but it will not be enough for their team to stay alive. 2v2 on this right side. Penn will shoot them down, and with the last player standing on Blank Z, just moving forward, trying to get additional points. That is a wipeout, and now back momentum for UFO to move back into mid with Sarahlit, with Flow, with Vac as well. This is the type of situation you want. You just gotta take this one step at a time.
Yes, yes you do. And see, this Sploosh trying to find a good position to hold. They are going to be expecting the Sploosh to be sharking somewhere nearby, and they do kind of get the read on that. There we go. They are pushing up towards the checkpoint, but they are able to get them before that's an option. The Blaster able to get that third pick, but is was very low on health there. Able to back up and stay alive. The strike should delay, but Cyril, not able to get the pick, but someone else is able to clean up. And that will mean that that push isn't going anywhere.
Yeah, minute and 30 left. Blank Z doesn't really have any reason to force some things now. Just kind of playing keep away to UFO's comp, who really have not found the value that they've really been looking for when they do switch over to that Vac, and are hopefully trying to see if they can at least get a checkpoint pop and maybe move it up this left side now, because that right side hasn't really found much value. But yet again, somehow finding a pick through the vacuum there, just being able to shut down that push is Benny on that Blaster. Now a minute left, you have Blank Z still trying to push their luck, trying to get a couple more points. I mean, why not? With the hammer being thrown and with the bubble there, unable to score any more additional points than they would have previously, but strikes being utilized pretty early here means UFO will not have them onto this counter push.
Yes, they will not, which is not ideal for them, especially since they haven't been able to push through with that back, right? Strikes could be another thing that could be used for that. Oh, hello, Sploosh! Hello, Sploosh! Oh, I always find that so funny when a Sploosh just walks through you. Okay, that is not what UFO needs with 20 seconds left on the board. Surely, with that in mind, Benny, you keep that thing safe.
Yeah, you basically have all of Blank Z just trying to bodyguard them. Then he falls into a very awkward situation. Still favorable, though, for Blank Z, as this Rainmaker is not in the best position to really be picked up. You have the strikes available now, but this is an overtime push waiting for UFO to make that move. You have the sploosh already in the spawn of UFO, so definitely have to keep an eye on that. Zap goes down pretty early, so numbers advantage. Only 2 players will be able to hold this for Blank Z on this left side. You have Benny there with the splashdown, daring them to move forward, but here comes the sploosh. The hammer doesn't hit home there, but it finally, the Rainmaker does fall on that checkpoint pop. I think whoever that sploosh was assumed the hammer would have killed them, but it wasn't to be. But eventually, the rest of Blank Z are there to respond to make that 2 straight in this best of 5, now 1 game away from moving on to Winners Bracket Finals.
Yep, this is very quickly spun out of UFO's control here. They started so well this round, but then with these follow-up 2 games, it just hasn't continued for them. So yeah, they're gonna have to figure it out, and especially with Clan Blitz Museum, we've talked about this before. Like, it can be so explosive, but also so stally. So you need to be ready for any opportunity. And I will say, Blank Seas changing up their comp clearly worked for them.
I do envision, though, that I kind of like the comp that they did bring on the previous map with the Tetras a little bit better, just because of how I like Reef Slider on this map. I mean, the sploosh obviously was able to get its value there on that final push. It was able to draw away the attention of one UFO member and even win that fight. I believe it was... Like, you see it right here on the top end of your screen. Be able to take out that pen and completely distract the rest of the way, and then a bit of an awkward interaction with the hammer and the back of the vac. I think that back of the vac was able to get that hammer. But still, it didn't really matter in the end with Blank Z being able to secure that one. So now, back to the drawing board for UFO. 2 back-to-back games where they were pretty much spaced out for the entirety of the game, so it's now up to them to see if they make any adjustments of their own for this map. And like you mentioned, it is a very tough map to really push up into, so it's really going to come down to kind of what specials they want to operate and what specials they have to have in their toolbox to really utilize.
Yep, and how is that going to counter what Blank Z is going to bring to the table here? Because, yet again, I would not be surprised if we continue to have bubbles on both sides. Obviously, we're going to still have coolers, but I'd wonder, like, surely we're going to continue to see the blaster coming out, and, like, you can use a vac on this, maybe the vac. Okay, back to form. Oh, Kraken time.
Kraken time indeed. And minor adjustment as well with NL coming in with a Sea Blast of their own. So now we're going to be seeing Sea Blast on Sea Blast violence, as, like you mentioned, Blank Z back to their regular comp. The only minor change as well, besides that Sea Blast for UFO, is going to be that 96 Deco now for Kraken.
Yes, indeed. Okay, straight off the bat, Lexi's on the back foot. The edit is running away from the Kraken. But the bucket ends up going down, and even with that Kraken, Starlet is the only one able to get in because they had that invincibility, and is now massively getting pushed back out again.
Yeah, you have the strikes available now for UFO to maybe move up that spinner area, but not if they lose half their team in that mid-skirmish, so momentum to be lost. Just trying to save the balls here. The nice kill by natives there. Another one as well has allowed them to maybe save some face and save some ground. I believe they were like one shot to anything there, but with that miraculous double, you do have UFO still maintaining a little bit of space, especially with that edit going down to Native's bubble. You still have them alive on this left side, by the way, and they've killed 4 people. They have flow now and have the strikes to move up, but Blank Z is there with a quick response, taking out 2 teammates of their own.
Yes, indeed. Oh my goodness. Like, this is definitely not been the follow-up and the clear-cut push that they were looking for. Nova was somehow living on their own up here. truly has just become a fighting nightmare up here on the plat. No one knows where anyone is. And they're trying to find the picks to be able to push up. But at the same time, there we go. I was going to say, Blanks didn't have a power climb built. They had the constituent parts of it, but just not in the right hands, as it were. Hubnet able to get the jump out, but are they going to be safe over here? They're able to back out. But yeah, look at that. That's so painted in the side of UFO right now.
They have so much space really being created here. Just trying to move forward yet again. UFO, this is like their third attempt trying to move forward. They've been halted every which other way, but now they have the tools to really move up. The Kraken was there to cause a little bit of distraction, but not enough to really get a ball in. You do have natives managing to find one. Can they stay alive to maybe get the other one in? No, but they did find that trade. Sarahlit in the vicinity, but not able to pick up the ball in time. But finally, the scoreless drought has been broken with UFO getting the first score onto the board. But of course, with that being the only score on the board, it can quickly be counteracted by a very quick Blank Z counterattack. With 2 minutes left here, just still have plenty of time to work up and get settled up a push of their own.
Yep. Very stally plays here at the moment. Because even though UFO, yet again, a lot of paint on the board, a lot of clams to work with, but... Oh, and a pick as well. Nova, who's pushed quite far in there, makes the correct decision to go back to their team. But in goes Multi. I don't think they know they're there. They're able to get a pick, but is it going to be enough with the Kraken looking to see? Nope. Making the better choice not to quite yet.
And splashdown as well from Benny. They get a second as well to continue trying to move forward, but the paint is just too much from UFO. Despite losing 2 members, it is all blue in this mid area and just constantly trying to put out that paints just to try to work up, but Blinksy not finding much luck as they've found themselves sitting on their own spinner a lot of the match, and Zekrom does have a ball to be utilized as well. Here comes the Kraken yet again. 2 players down on the side of Blank Z, and UFO can work up this side with that splashdown, with the strikes. Here they come. Here comes the score. Where will there be a jump? There is a jump. Will it make it in time? No, the ball falls off the plat area. But still, 58 is a strong push to have, but here come Blank Z. Do not count them out quite yet. They are now have the opportunity to push up the spinner, a place they haven't been able to work up so far.
Yes, indeed, but already the Tetras have gone down. The edit's being pushed back. They want to keep that power clam alive, and they are able to back out with it. 15 seconds left on the board. That power clam gives them overtime, but look at this map. How are they gonna make it that far? I truly don't know. Yeah, they're just getting outranged and outmatched at the moment. Nova knows that it really comes down to if they can kind of bait out UFO to move up and let Nova push in, but they now know that Nova's there. They've had to use the bubble to survive. Sarahlit trying to stay around, able to kill the clam carrier.
And with that, Game 5 is forced from UFO. And it seems like from start to finish, they controlled that map this time, while Blanks wasn't able to move in. Blank Z wasn't able to move in at all because just constantly the middle of the map was constantly in the bluish purple color, just constantly not having the space, not having the tools to push up, and UFO constantly applying that pressure onto their own spinner just forced them to kind of sit on this area for a majority of that map and left them no opportunity to move forward. But natives here on that key push, on that key hold, being able to deny that momentum that Blank Z had, they were able to sit there for quite a while on their own ramp and just constantly take out some players there. Another pick onto Multi, really able to help their team just try to get in another push. And then of course on the push that broke it all the way to that 50-point mark, the quick double there from that splashdown in combination with the strikes was able to create enough space for UFO to move in.
Yeah, I would definitely say another thing to be mentioned is that just this slight extra range on the side of UFO meant that they could hold that space in mid so much more consistently than Blank Sea was able to take any of it back. So it just kind of kept like that was the buffer that UFO needed to kind of keep control constantly in their favor.
Yeah, and now Game 5 being forced on Barnacle and Dime zones. Now, a very, very open map, very much leaning into more paint-heavy comps, more range-heavy comps that are able to hold their own plat and space out the other team. And if UFO is able to do something similar to that nature, being able to kind of hold them down, we could be seeing an upset here, but Blank Z have shown they have the ability to just aggress and dominate with their quick pace firing. So if they're able to find in any momentum with those shorter range weapons, then they'll be able to kind of control the field. So it's really up to who is able to get their gameplay, who's able to execute on their game plan and execute to their strengths the most, because it feels like how this set has played out is who is able to get that initial map win, who's able to get advantage first. They are the ones that are able to control the table.
Yep, it really is, from what we've been seeing throughout this set. So it comes down to kind of who's able to hold their ground better in this last Barnacle and Dime game of the set. So yeah, I'm intrigued to see, because this, yet again, I don't think we can take very much stock out of UFO winning the first zones map, because I don't see Barnacle and Dime being too comparable to Mako. Like, they are they both have their ledges, they both have their ways in, but because you can lock out so much more strongly on Barnacle and Dime, like you can stall harder. I would be intrigued to see what that would look like with Blank Sea's like aggressive tendencies and tactics. Like if they're able to get a strong footing like they did in the second game, right, with Umami Ruins, where they just kept the fight kind of ahead of the tower as they pushed it. We could see something very akin to what we saw with them in that round 2, or game 2 even.
Yeah, I agree with you with it's not comparable in terms of results per se, but we can maybe use it as a frame of reference to kind of think back onto what comps we might be seeing from either side. Remember, UFO was running that Zimmy Splatling, is a very, very good painting weapon, a very good weapon for holding, and of course has the bubble and the toxic mist for support as well. And with Blank Sea was running, you had the Tetras and that Sea Blast kind of dynamic duo in the aggressiveness, but I do remember that the Tetra Dualies did run Splat Dualies, as a matter of fact, in their previous set, with Blank Z's previous set. So I'm interested to see if that Splat Dualies can come out, because what does Splat Dualies have? It has Crab. Crab, very good on this map, which is an open range in the middle, just asking for a long range special or weapon to just take advantage of it.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And it can just kind of like hold that space quite succinctly. Yeah, I'd be intrigued to see if we see many changes. If we see many changes coming in from either team, because they're quite settled, right? I'd say Blank Sea only made like that drastic of a change in the Rainmaker round because it's Rainmaker, and because if you can continually pop the bubble, you just get more space to work with. But I don't expect there to be any massive changes. But yeah, so we just kind of it's very much up to what these teams are deciding on coming down, because this is a tiebreaker, right? This is the game to decide the entire set, so they very much need to be sure.
Yeah, they're just taking their time right now, so a little bit of an extended wait before this game 5. Just think about it this way: we're building up a little bit of suspense, you know, for this decider to see who moves on to winners finals and who gets knocked down to losers. But yeah, just both these teams. Reminder: Blank Z versus UFO. UFO did not lose a single map until this point. Blank Z here, of course, that Division X team in Ludi Season 17, the current Ludi season. So just waiting for both sides to fully ready up as we wait for all our players to be ready, but do expect a show coming up here shortly on Barnacle and Dime, but kind of drawing it back to some of the stuff that we've seen. Yep, it's been 7 minutes, thank you Jorian, as we're just waiting for players to kind of just ready up here, but you do have the tale of two teams, really, in terms of how they wish to play things, and I do look on my other screen that we do have the match hopefully starting up here shortly, as the teams have been decided, and hopefully someone will press A to load us in.
Yes, hopefully, but we can only pray. But yes, we have. This has been quite a hard fought battle between these two teams throughout this set, and we've had very different games, like very close ones, followed by maybe not so close ones. Looking at you, round 2. But yeah, both of these teams definitely have shown that they can take games and kind of decide them decisively. Yeah, I just, when it comes into this, I don't know really what to expect out the gate, you know? If Blank Z is able to get the start that they want, this could spiral into round 2 all over again. If UFO is able to get the start that they want, this could end up being more of a lockout in their favor. But we can only speculate.
I mean, it's the nature of Game 5s, really, to just be kind of unsure of who's able to really do it, because we've now seen 2 examples of each team being able to, like, just show us their win condition, just to see how they are able to really control the game, and now it's just really up to execution. Maybe we could see a surprise comp change to really throw a wrench in things, maybe divert expectations here and there, but execution is where it's going to come down to, and more importantly, the execution of specials, as they are the toolbox to either holding or retaking. So it's really up to how these teams want to play with it, and again, harping on the point, execution, execution, execution.
Yep, you can have everything set up in your favor, but if you don't actually grab hold of the opportunities presented, if you don't make the opportunities that you need, then you can have the perfect team comp, the perfect counters, but it could spiral into a stall fest so easy.
Yes, as now we have the final 20 seconds ticking down, just waiting for 2 players to tap A as they continue to build suspense of this matchup here. Reminder, best of 5 now tied 2-2 in West winners bracket semifinals, as the opponents of the winner of this have already been decided. Stay High is the winner bracket finalist from the top side of the bracket, but finally, after a little bit of a wait, we'll be jumping straight into it. Game 5 between Blank Z versus UFO. Winner moves on. Losers gets knocked down to losers bracket.
Yep, there we go. Weapons that we've been seeing from these teams. Not too much of a surprise, but it does depend on how they use them.
Yeah, Zekrom on that pen will be able to control the field. It does have the most range within the lobby as well. And you see the amount of paint it's able to create. You do have the edits, though, finding 2 on the side of Blank Z to hold firm, live to fight another day. But the remaining members of Blank Z aren't quite there yet. So numbers advantage in the side of UFO to be able to control that plat and that initial advantage. This is exactly what I was talking about during that little break that we had. Whoever is able to control this mid area is able to control the table, and now the advantage is in UFO, and ball is in the court for Blank Z to get in this retake. They do have the Reef Slider to utilize to do so, though.
Yes, but the problem might be those pesky walls The UFO are very clearly popping down in positions that could lead to replays, but they're still able to get in, flip it over, to end up going down, but Blank Z end up continuing to take it, and UFO jumps out.
Yeah, good retake from those specials. A lot of resources forced out, though, from the side of Blank Z. So now the resource economy should be in favor of UFO to quickly get back those specials. But the first order of business is getting back their own plat. Yet Multi there trying to get something happen, but they do go down. Here come the Kraken and the strikes coming out from UFO, moving in. Benny trying to force something onto the pen on that right side, but losing 2 of their members. They're left isolated and potentially will be exterminated, just waiting to see if they will jump out. But they dare themselves to just stay down there to continue poking away. A very nice bomb roll, though, will lead into a 1-for-1 trade happening on that plat retake. Splashdown as well coming out from Benny on that respawn, but with 3 players down, that is a delayed wipeout for Blank Z as UFO solidify their hold.
Yep, yes, indeed, this is what UFO needed, and they're through those penalty points. They're back to ticking down their actual points. This is going in the wrong direction for Blank Z at the moment. They need to find their way in. The Kraken is here to cause chaos and hopefully find some picks, but he's not able to. Cyril goes. Oh, looks like Cyril should have gone down there, but that will be it. That will be the game. Oh my
Yeah,
goodness.
with Cyril staying alive there, they were able to draw 3 members of Blank Z's attention away from the zone, and there just wasn't enough paint. And like I mentioned in that match, whoever was able to get that first map win, or get that first zone win, was able to control it. And that time it was UFO who cruised to an easier than expected win there in that final decider game, just coming out from constantly being able to hold the iron wall against Blank Z's retake attempts, and with that, an upset, being able to move UFO into winners bracket finals. Blank Z not out of it quite yet, though. They still have losers bracket to maybe make a run in losers, but a tough 3-2 loss means they will have to claw their way back. But much props to UFO to rally back despite being down 2-1 in the set.
Yep. Oh my goodness. They were having to fight for each of those 2 games at the end there. They needed them, and they were able to get them. So fair play to them. But both of those teams had incredible runs throughout that set there. They definitely showed why they were in semis to begin with. UFO able to claw their way out the other side and make it to finals. So I wonder if perhaps later they might end up against each other yet again. We'll have to see. It all comes down to how Stay High plays and what the what happens in losers.
Yes, we'll have to wait and see. Unfortunately, me and Zari will not be there with you, dear viewers, for that. We'll be watching from the sidelines as well because our time has run dry. But before we go, Zari, where can the people find you?
You can find me at Zardy on Blue Sky and Zardy on Twitch, where we play a lot of games, not just Splatoon. But what about yourself, Rocket?
Yeah, you can find me at Rocket1 on Blue Sky right down below me there. You can also find me at Rocket_Splat, where I am playing Splatoon either with my team or just in a random tournament or just goofing around in general. But with that being said, we'll be moving it over to our next set of commentators, Sig and Topic, who you can see there on our left side of the screen, getting $20 from Yoshi God.
But yes, that will be us signing off, but do not be going anywhere. There's so much more Splatoon to see, so stick around, but we will be handing this over. Thanks for having us.
Well, everyone, welcome back to paddling pool number 361. This has been going on for a very long time. I am Topic, joined by Sigdo Kari, and we are here with our winners finals Stay High #1 seed versus UFO 361, which we just saw, I believe, last set. So I'm interested to see what they got cooking up. But Kari, how you doing today?
Doing all right, always a good day when you get to cast like a paddling pool or Triton or anything with Dapple. And I get to work with you and Jiraiya, so it's a fantastic day. Like you said, we got Stay High versus UFO 361 in our winners finals. We're starting things off on Clan Blitz on Inkblot Art Academy. This map has made a little bit of a comeback as of late. We've been seeing it more and more often, especially with Ludi coming back and it being in the map list. I'm very curious to see how these teams kind of work around that. It has a pretty condensed mid and you want to play around the sides a lot of the time, so I'm sure the double AoE on the side of UFO 361 and will have a great time at doing that. Meanwhile, Stay High has a leader which might be a little bit tougher to work with here.
I mean, yeah, I'm not gonna be surprised if that leader is gonna be able to cause a lot of mayhem and destruction. But see, almost immediately, Stay High just going straight, or yeah, Stay High just kind of play some defense here. You see on the top of your screen, forcing one to jump out. Very good there. And right now, just looking for a neutral. We're about 30 seconds into the game. Both teams just looking for a way to get in. Both teams looking for a way to get claimed. But you see that leader on the left side of your screen trying to poke around this plot or the stack area. Isn't quite blue. They're gonna go down here and Stay High. They were trying to get a push early, but unfortunately they were stopped just short, and UFO 361 not missing a beat as you see them pushing up almost immediately onto the plat.
Yep, and they are immediately able to score with Zekrom not quite making it out, but the second power clam from Sarah Lee is able to make it. That's 60 points down. Now they do get wiped out here, but I mean that's a pretty solid lead. However, on this map specifically, mid is pretty small, so you can run up and threaten to score really quickly like Stay High are doing here. They're just trying to wait for a leader pick, get set up. They have the tactical already, halfway to a couple of their specials, just waiting for a pick to go their way from the looks of it. And nothing is quite... Prosper immediately finds one, though, on the plat, has to jump out. The Blaster is walking forwards, looking for Zekrom, not able to find it, traded out as the bucket collapses in, but the power clam is jumped. That's not going to be a lead, though, Topic, as the leader just decides to stay alive and just play for holding the rest of the map.
Yeah, shout out to that leader. They, just staying back, make sure they keep it alive. But I got a question from Stay High. Like, yes, you did score. You did it on the board, but what else? Because now you just gave UFO 361 a free power clam. Two of your teammates just go down. You're forced to back away. And even though you did score, you just lost mid for essentially no real gain on your side. And you see UFO 361, like I said earlier, not missing a beat, keeping up that pressure. They have strikes at the ready. They're going to have another special at the ready as well. So possibly an opportunity here. Two go when strikes are going to come out. You're going to see forcing a jump out. One's going to go down. Two going to go down on this side of UFO 361. So what looked like a very promising start has turned into a not so very good push as Stay High. Great job at shutting it down and kind of keeping UFO 361 off of their plat and off of that stack, which is very important.
Yeah, the Blaster absolutely taking over in the bottom right-hand side, single-handedly giving Stay High a ton of control of mid. We already see the leader is set up, ready to find a pick. The wall is going to keep the 96 gal safe, but not for very long. With the Splat Bomb is going to find one. There's a trade from that leader, looking for one more onto the 96, not quite going to find it, as Zekrom on that top left with the pencil is able to pressure the early score from Stay High, and the jump is camped from another player. Hold on. They have a couple more clams in, and this Zap is just trying to live in the top left for as long as possible. Gets another jump in with the direct, too. And Stay High are just absolutely living in bats. They eventually get shut down, but the leader is set back up again, and that's after a Respawn Punisher death.
I mean, yeah. So again, shout out to Stay High. They kept themselves onto plat, onto bats, gave leader the space to work with to respawn and get it up again. So the question now for UFO 361 is, can they break through this leader? Because I feel like ever since that first push from UFO 361, they've kind of been held back a little bit by that leader, kind of been forced to play a little passively, though this Kraken had Mason say about that. She going straight for the leader, keeping them away, forcing a jump out. thankfully not jumping in the water there, but unfortunately they're gonna go down because the rest of the team just did not follow up on it. And like we've been saying this entire set, or I've been saying mostly, stay high, or both of these teams actually are really good at following up really well on a pick or two.
Yeah, I mean, Stay High again. They've just broke the barrier. They've got a ton of space to work with here. The leader tries to go for a couple taps for a little bit more space, but the rest of Stay High is able to get back in time, have a little bit of mid-control. There's the big bubbler. There's one direct. Make it a second.
Okay.
And this blaster is absolutely cooking right now. Moving over to that right-hand side, just trying to, again, pressure that pencil, maybe get the 96. There's a third. And, I mean, Stay High still have full control of mid. They've got 30 seconds, a lead, and a possible flank they can threaten. This is really, really tough for UFO now.
I mean, yeah, you can say that again, because for UFO, you have, what, 20 seconds, and your team consistently is going down, so you really don't have that full momentum to push, but we're going to see that splashdown in the plat. You see Zekrom pushing up here, forced back by this Knot. Knot's going to go down, strikes her out as well, so the path is going to be clear, but no, the blaster from above, raining down Hellfire, getting a triple kill, saving the game for Stay High, keeping UFO back. They have a power clamp to work with, but the other one's going to disappear. So if you're UFO 361, you have to push. You have to go now. The Kraken's going to be popped. You're going to see them try to force a way forward. 1 down, 2 down. It's just the Kraken and Zekrom in the back rows. They're not going to be able to get that clam in time. It's going to disappear, and that is going to do it. Stay High. Very, very solid defense. Shout out to that blaster at the very end. They sat on bats. They waited. They bided their time, and that's what gave them the win, because UFO 361, maybe a little bit of desperation at the end there kind of sealed their fate, because they all went to the same spot on ramp, and that kind of just was all she wrote.
Yeah, I mean, again, fantastic setup. The leader, like you said earlier as well, just constantly holding mid. The blaster kind of went ham towards the at the very end. I don't think UFO had a solid answer for anything that Stay High was doing after they first scored, and they kind of played this preventative defense, where they were just like, we'll give you a little bit of space here. We're not going to try and like actively contest or risk our lives for it. You know, we have a lead, and unfortunately, you know, into leader, you can't always do that. That's okay to do when the leader's fully charged, but after it releases a shot, you have to use that downtime to take some space, and UFO 361 just simply weren't able to convert that. Now, going on to zones on Hagglefish will be a little bit easier to work with. The leader can only look at so many spots unless it's like taken out of half of the game by sitting up on glass, like towards the back. But it's still going to be a pretty big issue for UFO to deal with.
Yeah, and I think for UFO specifically, I think they're going to have to use their strikes, if they keep it, to kind of clear, like you said, glass. They clear glass, they clear their ramp, make it very difficult and sort of impossible for the leader to stand on. So that's going to be the issue. But honestly, I like the switch over to the mini, you know, kind of that protection in zone from that leader we talked about earlier, making sure that it just cannot, you know, has some easy pickings here and there with that bubble. So we're going to see if maybe this more defensive option from UFO 361 is going to be what they need to win this game. But so far, an early pick on their side is not looking great for them, as two are going to go down. Instead, the bubble in the zone, looking to at least keep it neutral for as long as possible, able to get one member down. But unfortunately for them, a flank from the blaster is going to get caught out. But Stay High, they're just playing it really well up until then.
Two players end up going down in mid, and that gives UFO 361 a chance to get moving. There's the pick onto the leader, immediately able to pressure as soon as that leader runs out of ink. Very well done from UFO, and they have a big bubbler ready for the hold. Almost all specials up on deck for the team. They already have the lead, and they're looking to just get a lot more of it from the looks. Not quite overstepping either, just trying to make the other team drop into them. There's the splashdown to try and find something. Not quite going to get it. The blaster's able to trade out on the bottom right, has the big bubbler on the zone. It's not going to neutralize, but it gives the team another angle to just clear the rest of their spawn. Now they get the zone neutralization and a full flip for themselves. Stay High, they're not out of this yet.
Yeah, the game, even though they have a big deficit, the game is still not over. But UFO 361 has something to say about it. Is able to fight back into zone really well. But I think this range from Stay High is going to be really big at just keeping them away, keeping that chip damage up. But even though they're just fighting through it, UFO 365 just kind of ignoring it for the best that they can. It's working out really well. You see one pick is going to go down on either side. UFO 361 still in control of this zone, though Morning with that knot, just trying to keep the mid by themselves is not gonna work out. 1-for-1 trade going down, and UFO 361. I think this has been working out really well for them. The pick of that mini, that defensive bubble, while being a bit more aggressive, that aggressive help with instead of the 96 is helping out so far. But Stay High able to recapture the zone, but just for a second, because I feel like this game specifically, it feels like UFO 361 are taking better advantage of these opportunities that they have to, push up against this really defensive leader.
Yeah, I mean, they've been doing well with the opportunities, but now Stay High on the offensive. This leader's playing a little bit of an off angle on that left-hand side, trying to kind of abuse the blaster going in a little. Prosper's just cleaning up a little bit of that right-hand side, making sure there's no flank possible. The Zimmy isn't really able to do anything, but shuts down the blaster on the ramp immediately. So now UFO 361 have a little bit of an advantage to work with here. The rain goes up from Prosper on that left-hand side. That's going to force the custom blaster back a little bit. They're 1 HP, and I doubt they live for very long. There's the lead flip for Stay High. Still a ton of space. A pick from, I believe, the leader onto the bucket as well. And UFO 361, they just aren't in position to use any of these specials, but they need to get back in somehow.
Yeah, but unfortunately for them, they're going to be shut down. 2v1 situation here, 10 seconds remaining. It's just the blaster on the ramp. They're a bit too far, trying to run forward. It's not going to work. Jump in, going down as well. And credit to Stay High. They kept cool. They kept calm. They kept their composure. And they just came back. It took one good team fight. They got into the enemy core, and they just held really well. I think the pressure from leader worked out. I think it was one pick worked, and then they had the knots, which paints really well, just surprisingly. The knot plus the zap plus the rain just kind of took court completely for themselves. And you see early on, UFO, they had a really good opportunity to hold both the zone and the court, but once they did, or once Stay High got in, it just kind of crumbled, if that makes sense.
Yeah, and those leader off angles on the hold also really helped out, especially when you have a blaster that's just able to shark on the ledge or just play around just about anywhere underneath, like we see them at right now in this replay. The leader can kind of just go wherever it wants on a weird off angle, try and find a pick, and more often than not, somebody is going to die, whether it's to the blaster, to the leader, to the zap, if the zap is running forwards, because, with Tacticooler, that thing is ridiculously fast. Or the knot, if they decide to drop into the knot. Stay High have really, really solid setup that we've seen work great in the past couple of games. And with a leader, I think on game 3 with Rainmaker Crableg, it's going to be more of the same from them and just punishing a lot of these missteps, especially onto the Rainmaker, unless UFO 361 pull out the ink vac like I believe they did last set.
I mean, I wouldn't be surprised. It's Rainmaker, it's Crableg. This is like, when you think of backliner maps, it's this one specifically that comes to mind. So honestly, I think if they bring out the vac, I'm not surprised. If they keep they want to do the backliner or V charger possibly for vac, and keep the mini for bubble once you get up to that top right side, that could work. But yeah, I think the biggest thing is, like I said earlier in this set, just keep that leader uncomfortable. If they're able to sit down in multiple spots and just get a couple snipes off, they're gonna hit one eventually, and then your whole offensive is just gonna break down.
Yeah, I mean that's kind of part of why leader is so good. You just
Luna.
have to give them enough chances. There's a Neo Luna blaster. I think that's Noctis on the blaster there. So very solid option. One of the best Lunas in the West. So definitely going to be looking at that with some Ninja Squid. And there's the Vanilla 96 for a vac on this map. Vac charger for Stay High as well. Just getting that ink vac, very important, especially on Crableg with those grates. just to get some scoring going. Already, though, UFO 361 are a player down. They don't really have much room to work with. The Chargers positioning super aggressively, but the Zap isn't able to capitalize. The Charger just immediately goes for the pedestal. There's the checkpoint broken immediately. Luna drops in, not quite going to find anything. Close to an ink back here. Both teams have them at their ready already. UFO 361 has popped it, but they're not getting a ton of value out of that.
I mean, yeah, just shout out, stay high, staying patient, waiting for that vac to waste, and then just going. You see, able to get more points on the board, and a pick with the vac shot itself, looking for even more, and just putting up a lot of pressure on the plat. And I think the switch over to the V Charger really helps, because instead of the leader, you have this more aggressive option, you have this more upfront option, you have an option that can support your team while helping out with the vac. And you see, it's working out really well, not only giving jumps, but allowing the team to just keep up this pressure. You see Prosper going for a bit of a flank, if you can call it that, on the left hand side, keeping this Rainmaker pop as possible. Two are going to go down to that pop, looking for even more. They're going to pick it up in just fear, I guess, to stop this, kind of try to stop the bleeding, but it's not going to work out, as Prosper is still here looking for that pop, is able to at least stall it out for a lot longer than they would have wanted, than any team would have wanted them to, and getting a pick on top of that. So even though that push is over, that was really good, because you put up a lot of pressure, you took a lot of time off the clock, and you got checkpoint and further. Great.
Yeah, Prosper just absolutely put in work there. A one-man army with that Nautilus to get, just squeeze out a couple more points and delay just long enough for the rest of the team to get back into mid. However, stay high, they are losing a ton of space pretty quickly thanks to the Luna and now the Slosher. There's the back as well for the just guaranteed checkpoint. Ooh. Barely going to get that as the other back comes through from Stay High. Saralit not quite able to get out in time thanks to that Ink Storm, and it's just the Slosher left standing. Stay High have a ton of map control to go along with it. The Nautilus has Aura as well, and the Tacticooler is up. They can definitely make a run for it if they get a couple more picks here from the top right.
I think that's their plan. Bubbles up there already, getting a couple more guaranteed points. It's just one left there down, and that's all she's gonna write. Slam it down and Stay High. Very dominant game. I will say that first push got them to 33. They kept on the enemy plat. While yes, UFO 361, they did manage to get to the checkpoint. It felt like they used all their resources to get the checkpoint, that when Stay High counterattacks, they had no answer. Right, there was no possible answer. So Stay High just took that momentum, took that Rainmaker, because you saw how quickly they painted after the fact. Like, they had mid painted almost instantaneously, and that's what's really helped them out. You see right here, that first push, the bubble helped out, watching that flanks, getting them down, popping that checkpoint, and just keeping up the pressure, and it just worked really well for them.
Yeah, and they don't really have a lot of options that are, fantastic at dealing with both the HP specials on the side of Stay High with the Big Bubbler and the Ink Vac. The best you have is probably your 96 and your bucket, I guess, for the bubble. But, Stay High is just able to kind of cycle those two specials and really just take advantage, win this war of attrition that they were kind of going for. And, if they get a wipeout like they did at the very end, immediately burst onto the scene, get a ton of points scored, even KO. Very excellent stuff from Stay High. Just absolute dominant performance, showing why they are the top dog in this paddling pool so far. But UFO 361's not done. We will be seeing them a little bit later in the losers finals, but they will have to play the winner of, I believe, Thundercat and Blank Sea, who are playing in loser semis right now.
Yeah, so, we might see a rematch in grand finals, but like you said, you're going to have to see, are we watching Thundercats versus Blanks, or is it the next one we're watching? Is it losers finals? I don't remember. Do you know?
We will be watching loser semi, so this set will be next up. We're almost fully set up with it, starting things off on Splat Zones on Mako Mart, moving over to Clan Blitz on Museum de Alfonsino, and finishing things off on Tower Control Inkblot Art Academy, the classic, if we need it.
I mean, yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if we do need it. These two teams, number 4 seed, number 2 seed, very high up and into losers finals, or losers semis, sorry, looking to, get a top 3, maybe top 1 finish. But starting off with zones on, zones on Mako Mart. I like this one. I think, well, I play Bucket, so I'm biased. No, I'm not. So I think both these teams, especially with Short Blaster being as prevalent as it is nowadays, I think I wouldn't be surprised if we see at least one of those and them immediately try to go for that stack, and right after that they claim it going for Freezer or under Plat or under Snipe, because I'm pretty sure we both know those are very, very strong spots for these kind of short range weapons, or weapons that can just really abuse ledges. So I think both these teams would be a little bit cautious of that, if that makes sense.
Absolutely. I mean, all three of these maps have a plethora of ledges to work around. I'm very curious to see. I haven't really gotten to see any games from Thundercat yet. If they were on stream, I completely missed them trying to grab some lunch. But I'm very curious to see a lot of familiar faces here of like top placers in Paddling Pool. Obviously, we all know Blanksy. They just got Div X and have been playing together for over a year at this point. And are absolutely fantastic as a team. Very aggressive, playing a lot around diving the opponents. Thundercat, a pickup.
We hyperdive.
No, not quite.
We hyperdive.
we don't call it that here. But Thundercat, I'm seeing a few familiar names like Lidl, Gecko, I think Lucas as well. The Brush player for New Meta. Haven't seen them play in a tournament in a while, but definitely curious to see how this kind of one unfolds and how Blanksy deal with something like a Brush.
I think they're gonna be a little cautious of a Brush. I'm pretty sure, they've seen a Brush before. They've played against a Brush before. So I think they're going to be at least a little bit, they're going to be aware of it. But it's just how many resources are going to allocate towards the Brush itself. But we're going to see as we get straight into game number 1. I believe that was a Blaster Tetras. Okay.
Oh.
I like the Tetras on the other side. Very short range with both Carbon and Brush. So if you're Blanks, you have to be very, very aware of those flanks, and so far they're able to with a quick pick on the 52.
Yep, that is going to mean they relinquish some zone control for the time being, but immediately get it right back. Lucas has the Ultra Stamp though, immediately shreds the big bubbler with it. And the Gal immediately drops for another bubble on the bottom left-hand side. Multi's able to trade out onto Lucas again, but isn't quite able to find the two players sitting inside of zone. Thundercat have a little bit of early control. They're able to set up a hold as well with Gecko on this Carbon. Already finding
there it is.
The ledge. There's the ledge demon we were just talking about, Topic. And they're moving.
Yeah, I mean, that's what you're going to do. And a jump scare from Lucas there onto the heavy edit. So that's going to be no cooler for them for at least a little bit longer, allowing Thundercats to just get a lot of points on the board. Este is just keeping up this left-hand or right-hand side, making sure no one's going there. And you see, they're doing a great job of funneling Blanks towards this Snipe area. And so they can, collapse on those. But you got to be very careful of this Resetter into zone. There it is. 2 down on either side, forcing one to jump out. Gecko is still going to be in there, able to keep it on their side. It is going to work out, at least for the moment here. You see a flank from Multi going to be at least caught out. Splashdown as well on the zone. Not quite able to flip it. Just painting it over. 3 members down. And that will be Thundercats just holding on. 10 ticks remaining. If Blanks can't get to the zone immediately, that will be game. 2 down. 3 down. Jumper not going to get it. And Thundercat, a very, very quick, very dominant win, I will say. They lost zone for what? 10, 15 ticks, and they just did not let go after that.
Yeah, they lose them for, if that. It was hardly, dare I say, that was a pretty clean game from them. Very well executed, able to, like you said earlier, funnel a lot of Blanksy into a very uncomfortable position on that bottom left, where it's like shooting fish in a barrel at that bottom part. For a lot of these weapons, and they have to, drop into a 52 gal Carbon Roller and an Ink Brush. Those are not fun weapons to drop into just because they can delete you immediately. And I mean, even when Blanksy got picks to try and get back in, they were immediately traded out by the rest of Thundercat. Beautifully executed. Now we're going to a pretty different map in terms of range. In Museum de Alfonsino, but both Lidl and I believe it's Pyro are heavy edit one tricks, so I don't know if we're going to be seeing anything longer range than those.
I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if we don't. And I think for Thundercats specifically, I would not be surprised if I see 2 members drop immediately on that right-hand side. Just the way they started out the game was really aggressive. You know, hit the 52, going for an immediate flank. They did get caught out, but it did work out eventually because Blanks just, you know, they were caught lacking. So I think for Thundercats, I want to say that them flanking is like kind of not a given, but it should be expected. And I think Blanks, you know, it's the first game, you know, kind of learning a little bit. I think they're gonna adjust to what Thundercats did and try to not get basically. I would say not get traded out so much, but like look for like those clean, you know, those clean picks, not try to get damage as often. But we're gonna see Multi actually switching over to the V dualies for that crab. You know, crab on Museum makes sense for the spinners, and for Thundercat, no changes. They like what they have. And I called it 2 on the drop.
Yep, immediately Este and Lucas drop on the right-hand side. However, Lucas immediately rotates over to find the pick on the multi. Este is just trying to hold that space, backs off now that the rest of the team is up and running. Lidl on top mid, just trying to provide a little bit of paint on the plat, forces the bubble from Yushi as well. As Lucas finds another one on that bottom left block, this brush is sharking everywhere and putting in a lot of work, whether that's paint, whether that's picks. Everything is just working out. There's the Ultra Stamp and the Killer Whale, just trying to find something else. Multi ends up going down here, and I mean, that gives Gecko a chance to walk into plat.
I mean, yeah, they're able to. You see the Sharking is able to get one, looking for the double kill. Multi is going to be there, but Benny is able to at least clean that up and stop the bleeding before it even has a chance to start here. But Lido just doing a great job being that reliable backliner, making sure that the team has somewhere to jump into. But will Blanks hold on is the question. See Este on the bottom of your screen looking to go in for a fight here, just staying back. Lucas with the hammer, not quite to get any picks, but they're able to at least force their way and get one down. No crap to deal with, and they're scoring, which is very, very good. You see here, Thundercats a lot of space to work with. That bubble is going to be put, but not able to get anything. As 2 going down for Blanks once again. 53 points on the board. Este throws up a clam to get even more on the board. Lido is not going to get there, but Lucas is. So what turned into a kind of iffy push is still possibly going. No, Este making the smart decision to stay back and stay alive, and Thundercats, kind of like their comp suggests, very aggressive, very great start, very strong opening push.
Yeah, but now they have to weather that storm of Blanks. Crab Tank at the ready, which allows Pyro to get a little bit more aggressive while still having some long range. They're still struggling to get back into mid. Already, again, these trades from Thundercat have been fantastic. Finding another one onto the Carbon Roller. Lucas with the hammer is going to shred that Crab Tank, but immediately goes down. There's 2 players down there. The unanswered picks that Blanks we were looking for. Thundercat is almost fully wiped out here. Blanks don't have a power clam just yet. They have 6 clams on 1 player, but everybody else gets picked off in the meantime with the respawning players of Thundercat, and they break the barrier, but Blanks don't really have much else to work with here.
I mean, maybe it's a bit of miscommunication there because they had enough clams, just everyone throwing clams at each other. And just that little bit of a miscommunication allowed Thundercats to get back into position to get that stop and stop the push before it even materialized. Because, yes, they did score, but only getting 80. That's like free money at that point. You have a free clam. So if you pushed up, this could be the end of the game if Thundercats is able to get in. But the question is, can they get in? You see Gecko looking for that flank from Multi. Although they are able to get 1, 2 down outside of Thundercats. You see Gecko forced it back away to at least go back for this. Junior is able to get the pick and shred the bubble as well, so no power clam will be had for Blank. So even though they had the opportunity, it feels like Thundercats, they're just matching them every opportunity that they get. They have this ability to just see where they are and just react instantly. Like I said, that's just the thing with their comp. They're very fast, very up in your face, and unfortunately for Blanks, they're fighting the brunt of it right now.
Yeah, and along with the just straight up speed that a lot of these weapons have, you have a ton of paint on things like the Ink Brush, which just got a crazy hammer throw, just dancing around 3 players under mid. Blanks end up breaking do end up breaking the barrier, but immediately have to vacate the scene as the players get picked off. Thundercat is back again with these respawns. Even if Blanksy find unanswered picks or get a ton of value out of, say, a crab tank or something, Thundercats still have just not relented. They have not fully like thrown in the towel or given Blanks an inch, and it's working out fantastically for them. The Trizuka doesn't quite find anything, and Lucas and Lidl both end up going down here, but then you have to find the Carbon Roller and the 52 Gal, which end up trading out and stalling out this push even further.
I mean, yeah, it just feels like Blanks, they haven't really been able to get up this ramp. You see right here, Gecko getting a double, not quite the triple, but just kind of forcing a panic splash out of Benny there, and them gonna go down eventually. So Thundercats, like you've been saying, just keeping up this pressure, making that ball disappear. So now if you're Blanks, you have a Pity Clam and not a whole lot else to work with. You see maybe a flank is gonna get caught out as well by SD. So right now, if you're Blanks, you're gonna have to force a fight if you want to win the game, right? Because if you don't force a fight and win, then if you're Thundercats, you just stall out for as long as possible. Here, final 2 seconds left of the game. You see them on this right hand side looking to at least try to get in. Overtime will start, but if you're Thundercats, you're looking for one good pick. There it is, Gecko getting one, looking for even more, forcing them away from that cooler. That's 2. Yushi's above, that's 3. Benny's the last member remaining, forced to jump away, or forced to back away, giving a jump to the heavy edit, not quite able to. Benny is still alive. The Zuka will take them out. Yushi not gonna save the ball, and Thundercat, a very good win. They only allowed Blanks to score twice with just the Pity Clam. They kept up the pressure. They kept up the flanks that were working really well for them, and that's all she wrote.
Yeah, there was a point during the weapon select where I saw that Thundercat didn't really change anything, and I'm like, oh, they might struggle to get around the map quickly enough if Blanksy do kind of their classic thing of just full send everybody, find an angle and go. But I mean, they were able to rotate incredibly well, provide enough pressure to force a lot of Blanksy into the same angle for a player like Lidl, or for somebody like Gecko, who is on that Carbon Roller, got a couple of doubles on one swing, which is really cool. Thundercat, again, fantastic execution from them. They are on fire going into this loser semis, which they have just moved on to, and now they have to play against UFO 361.
I mean, yeah, like I said, I am very excited to see this one, because you have, Thundercats. They're a very short range team, right? Their longest range being a heavy edit does kind of put them in a little bit of trouble against UFO 361's Charger player, so that may be a little bit iffy there, but if they can work around that, I think that'd be really good. I think 96 plus Charger may prove to be a bit challenging, but I trust Thundercats. We've seen what they did, so I wouldn't be surprised if they manage to fight their way through this.
Yeah, we'll see how this next set goes after a really quick break. Don't go anywhere. We still got losers finals and then grands immediately after. See y'all in a bit.
and make sure it can't go down, and hopefully a teammate can follow up with it. And of course, being on comms here, you can do that. That is a triple.
Them,
Bravo.
they're already giving up points on the third checkpoint.
Oh,
Hammer
Phoenix!
comes through. It looks like, will they be able to take the lead here? No, not quite yet. No, so close.
Splatoon Stronghold, a stronghold for competitive Splatoon, providing resources to long-timers and newcomers alike. If you're new to the competitive scene or still figuring out how to join, we have a getting started guide and plenty of other resources to help you in your journey. If you are a seasoned veteran, we still have plenty to offer. You can find and join tournaments as well as participate in our Captain Forum and find free agents and teams. Our mission is to make competitive Splatoon easily accessible to everyone. So what are you waiting for? Join the Splatoon Stronghold today!
Hello, everybody. Welcome back to Paddling Pool 361. I'm Sigdakari. Joining me on the mic is Topic. We've got your losers final set now. Thundercat versus UFO 361. And Topic, we're starting things off on Mako Mart again, just like loser semis. What are your thoughts on that?
Yeah, let's make Mako Mart tower control. I am a bit iffy on tower control on this map specifically. It's not my favorite, but I do understand why people like it. You know, it's still Mako Mart. It's still a very good map in my opinion. But enough of my opinion, let's hop straight into the game. Both these teams are ready to go, looking to get their chance at stay high in grand finals. We're gonna see kind of what we've expected from both these teams, especially for Thundercat, what we saw from them last, and from the other side for UFO 361 96 Deca or 96 Vanilla 96. I like it. You know, the VAC can help out, especially going through that plat area, that freezer as well. So we're gonna see what they can do for it. Almost immediately getting two down on the side of UFO. Actually, no, the teams are switched. I believe it's Thundercat in the purple here, and UFO 361 is gonna be the ones that are getting a push started.
Yeah, Knaves hit a crazy 90-degree flick to clean up the wipeout for UFO 361. That's going to give them the opportunity to clear this checkpoint first, but they haven't quite gotten it as Gecko is on the ledge. Same thing with Lucas, who was behind, just to draw some attention for Gecko to make this massive play on the right-hand side. Right stack is fully cleared for a little bit, gives UFO 361 another opportunity to try and make something happen, or to give Thundercat another opportunity to make something happen. Thundercat really haven't given an opportunity for UFO to kind of score past that first checkpoint. They only just got to it. S is looking for the fight onto left stack, going to clear that immediately, but Saralit is still trying to contest. Very low HP. Now we have the blaster underneath the ledge, going to clear. Same thing with the ink vac, and finally UFO 361 can get some semblance of a push going past the checkpoint.
Yeah, they're going to try their best to do it. Going for Alito there is not able to get it thanks to the help from Este. And to keep this first checkpoint intact is very, very good for Thundercats here. They're able to at least keep it mid, or keep the tower mid, not allow them to get any further here. But UFO 361 once again just trying their hardest to push past two members down on their side, forcing them to back away here. So this may be the opportunity that Thundercat has been looking for, getting on that tower, getting points on that board, but getting past this first checkpoint will be very, very hard, because that VAC actually going to get shut down immediately, but that VAC did just enough to stall out for timing. 3 down on both sides. It's just Lito and Obito looking here in mid, looking for a fight. Obito going straight for this stack, is going to get on it, looking for even more, but Luke is going to be there just dancing around, keeping them away. So Thundercats, even though they had such a good opportunity here, UFO 361 just capitalizing on mistakes and possibly getting past this first checkpoint.
Yeah, I mean, one has to imagine that they do so now with the ink vac on tower, with the tactical out, and the player advantage that they have for themselves. There's that first checkpoint, and I believe that's Noctis again on the blaster. Finds 2 to keep this push going. Lucas is behind, but isn't quite able to do all that much. Obito is on this top left with the 96, just trying to clear out. Gecko's not able to really get moving here. There's that second checkpoint, and an ink vac at the ready for the third one. However, the Tower Rider is going to go down, make that 2 players, as the ink vac isn't able to protect anybody, finds one second, and this 96 is still riding the tower. Lucas has to go back to the tower, sacrifice a lot of good positioning on mid, and still doesn't find any of the picks. UFO 361 is just absolutely farming right now, Topic.
I mean, yeah, that's kind of the downside of Thundercats comp. They do get kind of bullied by 96 plus bucket here, and it's working really well towards the advantage of UFO 361 as they're able to get past that second checkpoint, like you said, almost getting past that third one. So that will help a little bit for Thundercats, but you have a very, very tall mountain to climb here. You see Noctis, I believe, on that blaster, going for that flank, is able to get one down, keep tower on the side of Thundercats for as long as possible here. 3 down basically for Thundercats, and UFO, they have the VAC, they have the strikes, they have what they need to break past this third checkpoint and get more points on the board here. Thundercats looking for a bit of a flank from Lucas along with that Zuka from Gecko to try to slow them down. Is able to work out, but get any further is the question that needs to be answered here. It looks like they're not quite able to, because a lot of pressure from UFO 361 is working out in their favor, and now finally, after it feels like 2-3 minutes, Thundercats able to get the checkpoint past their freezer and maybe back to mid, but for how long is the question here, because they're still getting traded out left and right.
Oh, and that's a delayed wipeout as well on the side of Thundercat. They're just not able to get past mid, even with the plays they try and make behind. The UFO 361 just send one person to kind of deal. This could be an opportunity, though, as Esta and Lidl find 3. It's just Cerealite left standing on that left-hand side, and Esta is going immediately for that fight. Same thing with Lucas on the bottom right. However, support has arrived for that zap. The hammer throw doesn't find anything.
Bazooka?
The Zuka gets 2, though, and make that a 3rd down. It's just somebody sitting on the top left remaining. However, they do have some tri-strikes. That's probably who was left up. And I mean, we know this whole song. There's one.
GG strikes.
There's the second. Eventually,
Oh,
no,
wait,
they got
hold
kicked
on,
off.
hold on,
This is
hold on.
possible. Lidl still has the tower. The jumps are coming in as well. Lidl's walking forward, is just trying to let those jumps carry on the tower momentum while they're 1 HP. There's the fight. 2 players.
Uh-oh.
It's a 2 for 2. Thundercat are on that second check, and Cerealite is not looking in the right direction, but Lidl
that
goes
might be
down
it.
on the second check. What a difficult way to lose that. But UFO 361, they had the control for a vast majority of that game. It was just at the very end. Excellent control executed by them.
I mean, yeah, Thundercats, it felt like the dam finally broke for them after they broke through that first checkpoint. You saw the GG strikes were at the ready. They just weren't able to get down the bucket and keep scoring. It's just, I think they went down too much. They got too many trades, not kills, and that kind of allowed UFO 361 to gather their gather their composure and just go for that tower. See, here is that final push once again. You see the strikes coming out. There's the first one. Bucket is gonna go down. So the strikes were neutralized. It's just Obito left, getting one, but getting traded out by Lidl, allowing them to get past that first checkpoint and just keep up the momentum here. Like you said, Lidl kind of using those jumps to keep the tower momentum going. A lot of trades went down for Thundercats, but no kills, like straight up kills. So it's they ran out of steam. That's really it. They ran out of steam. UFO 361, they used that really big lead they built up to win the game, and now UFO 361 looking to make this a 2-0 set as we go to game number 2. Zones Mahi Mahi.
Yeah, this is one of those maps that is fairly open, but you do need to wait for the water to drop here. Otherwise, I mean, this is heaven for a lot of those sharking weapons. A ton of ledges, a good amount of cover past mid to play around, especially for the side of Thundercat. They are going to have a field day. The only question is, again, are they able to deal with the Inkvac? Are they able to find Knaves, who is absolutely farming, might I add, on that first game on the Slosher? I think those are probably the 2 priority targets. UFO 361 does lack a good amount of range and stability to kind of get back in consistently, but I believe 96 has comparable, if not more, range to Heavy Edit. So if they opt for that VAC again, it will work pretty well in that sense. Now, going into things, I'm not really sure what we'll see. I'm assuming it's just more of the same. What are your thoughts, Topic?
Yeah, kind of. Well, you took words right out of my mouth. More of the same. Yeah, no changes for UFO 361. No changes for. Actually, no, one change.
2.
Going with the. No, oh, yeah, you're right. The Forge Pro and the Chumps Carbon. I like it because Chumps allows the Carbon and the Brush to fight kind of with cover by themselves, so maybe that's what they're gonna be able to use to fight back into mid, fight back into the zone, fight up supply. You see immediately going straight for a couple kills. Gecko looking for even more. They're gonna go down 2v2 on either side. Este is able to get one, looking for the second one, able to get the kill actually. So a lot of trades going back and forth and forcing Obito to pop a very, very early VAC. You see Lucas is going to go down, strikes coming out, plus the VAC that's going to be zone flipped in favor of UFO 361. But Thundercats immediately putting up a lot of pressure, a lot of good pressure very early on.
Yeah, and they still haven't given up control of mid. They may have lost zone for just a quick second there, but the important thing is they still have a lot of control of the greater map. itself, and that gives a lot of the sharking opportunities, a lot of these opportunities to be really annoying, like we just saw Lucas on that left-hand side, still alive, Gecko very low, but still opting to just back up a little bit. Now UFO 361 have a bit of control of mid thanks to the triple splashdown and the ink back. Esther, though, trying to walk forwards, Lucas is able to trade out, find one. Lidl looking for that second onto Sarah Lee, but Sarah Lee cleans up, has Flow Aura as well, gets another one. Lucas, though, jumps into the zone, is able to clean up. Strikes aren't quite going to cap, barely neutralizing. Esther is going to have to pop the Booyah Bomb as Lucas goes down on the other side with the Ultra Stamp, and that's going to give Thundercat control of the zone again. They have not really given up lead and given up much in terms of space here throughout this entire sequence topic.
I mean, yeah, but things might be slowly changing here as UFO 361. They're able to fight for the zone. I believe that Splashdown's able to keep them alive a little bit longer. Knaves there getting a nice double kill and getting 3 members down. Just Lucas forced to back away and maybe jump out here, just dancing around. They're going to go down. So UFO 361, they're finally able to kind of clear out the sides and keep Thundercats back for now. But how long will that last? Because they have the cooler, so they're going to fight more with that. They're going to have the chumps plus Booyah Bomb, so you'll be at least very wary of that. Strikes out on that cooler to at least stall them out for a little bit longer here. That score is still ticking down. Obito fighting Este, able to get a trade out of it. That's going to be very useful. Lucas going down. They're going to go down with that hammer to 1v1 trade on the side as well. Gecko just trying to look for a way in. They're going to go down to knock this. Booyah Bomb coming out, just waiting for that vac to be over. Obito just absorbs the Booyah Bomb. That's going to help very, very well here for this retake. Possibly Obito going in. They're going to get a double kill on the top of your screen. So Thundercats, really great job of fighting back. It's just, can they hold the zone? Looks like they will be able to finally, as Gecko will basically get a delayed wipe there on UFO 361.
Absolutely bonkers triple from Gecko there, just single-handedly holding the rest of UFO 361 back for Thundercat to get the rest of the zone. Now has the Super Chumps and the Tactical Cooler at their disposal. Lucas is able to find that trade onto Sarah Lee thanks to the help of Lidl. The Fizzies are just going up, trying to stall for as long as possible. There go the Super Chumps just to get Gecko back in, try and find an awkward spot. Still have control of the zone. It's just Knaves on Snipe and Sarah Lee on that bottom right. The Inkvac isn't quite going to find anything as Lucas is behind. Lucas has a bunch of damage onto 2 people. There's the lead flip as well. Are the strikes going to be able to cap the zone? No, not just yet. Gecko in the zone again. It's just Este left now, and they're going to have to Booyah Bomb and probably back off in the face of 2 players. Opting to throw, actually looking for that fight now that Lucas is up and ready as well, but with 4 players strong, UFO 361 take full control of this game.
Yeah, they do, and let's see how they're able to use that to their advantage here. A minute to go left in this game. They have Splash, and they're going to have Vac as well, so they can counter whatever Thundercats throws at them. You see Noctis not quite able to get a hit, but getting a lot of damage off, staying alive here. They're going to go down to Gecko. This may be Thundercats' chance to get back in the zone. 2 members down. Strikes coming out to stall it long enough for Lucas to possibly get in. They're able to, but not before the lead switches over in the favor of Thundercats, and that is going to be the zone. Obito staying alive, getting one, not quite able to get second one. But now if you're Thundercats, you cannot let UFO 361 in again, because you know if you do, that will possibly be the game. So your objective here is to just stay alive, make them use mainly that vacuum in those strikes kind of preemptively before they get to the zone here. Unfortunately, 2 are going to go down as the penalty points will be out of it for Thundercats. They're going to possibly get the lead. Yes, they are. Splashdown is going to neutralize the zone, not quite cap it. Knaves there just striking the zone to keep it, but it's not going to work out, and Thundercats battling their way back and able to tie up the sets 1-1.
Yeah, excellent work. Resilient is a word I'd use to describe Thundercats' play there. Fantastic work getting back into the zone after losing lead. It looked like they might not have been able to hold after that splashdown, but I mean, they found the picks that they needed to. I really want to highlight again just this kind of symbiotic pairing between the brush and the carbon roller. Just, you know, if one goes in, tries to draw attention, while the other one, as ridiculously fast as his weapon is, it's able to just get behind or find some weird off angle, finds 2 or 3, and that really opens up the options to push for Thundercat. That really gives them the opportunity to take the rest of the fight in mid and collapse on the remaining 2 players. Very well executed on this game. But UFO 361, they had a couple of answers. Like you said, the Ink Vac is one of the primary ones, even though, a weapon like a brush can kind of get behind it pretty easily. The rest of the team isn't able to do all that much with it, but I mean, they got picked off right here immediately as soon as the lead flipped, essentially, and Lidl just managing to stay alive for so long and paint the zone and find the two players diving onto it. Excellent work from that heavy edit. And now we're going into Rainmaker on Humpback Pump Track, a lot a bit different than these past couple of maps, wouldn't you say?
I mean, that's an understatement. Understatement of the century. I think this map does slightly favor Thundercats because they're a lot faster than UFO in a sense where they have brush and carbon to allow them to take advantage of these ledges. But I say that, but UFO 361 has Blaster Bucket, so it's like all four of those weapons could take advantage of these ledges here, these slopes, but I think just the speed of Rainmaker itself is going to benefit Thundercats. But we're going to see if any changes are going to happen in this game. No changes for UFO 361 for Thundercats. Staying with what they have with that Forge Pro and the chumps. So, you know what? If it ain't broke, why fix it?
Yeah, I mean, this carbon feels like the one Moon Knight meme where it's just random stuff go, and you just sends whatever it is, the fizzies, the chumps, or whatever, and it really works out well when you have a bunch of weapons that just try and get on top of you and try and just like use everything as cover. However, unfortunately, nothing's going to quite work out at just as players go 2 for 2. Lucas is behind 3 players. Lidl is back up and running with his heavy edit. It's able to find one, but Noctis is still around this Rainmaker, just sharking, waiting for somebody to maybe overstep. No, Gecko's going to immediately sniff that out. The Ink Vac is going to just try and stall this push for a little bit longer, but nobody's able to quite push off of it. Sarah Leet's there, but just as the just as the Vac shot pops, and that's going to find Esty, the Rainmaker, 2 players down actually, and now UFO 361, they've suddenly turned things around with that Vac shot, with that one-off pick that they got, and they might be looking to score a couple points here.
I mean, yeah, they moved really quickly off of that. You see Lucas here on this other checkpoint just fighting Obito, stalling out for as long as possible, making sure that that cannot be used to push any further here. Taking it the other way, Noctis. You know what? You don't see that very often, but hey, all the attention is on the left-hand side, so why not just take it right and run with it? The Vac's going to be there as well. Este with the Booyah Bomb kind of canceled out here because you can't pop it or else the Vac shot's going to take it. That's going to be a lot of points on the board. That might be game. It's just Lido wipe out, and Noctis will slam the Rainmaker down. And you know what? A very unconventional push, I might add, but it worked out really well in their favor. Thundercats, they were all preemptively focused on that left-hand side. Noctis said, hey, let's take it right. Obito was with them. They popped the Vac, they got the checkpoint, and that's all she wrote.
Yeah, that was really well played from from UFO 361. They realize, oh, everybody's over on the right-hand side, and they don't really have the speed to get over here before we can get an Ink Vac set up and a checkpoint broken and everything. And after this, I mean, they're just running free at this point. The strikes to cut off more rotates, kind of section off the area that the Rainmaker wants to run through. Very well done. Great making things up on the fly. Like you said, Noctis, pretty, I would, understatement of pretty smart player, knows what to do in that sense, and knew to kind of make it up as they went along. Incredible work. And now we're going on to Clam Blitz on Scorch Gorge. Again, slightly different. It's not the smaller mid like Rainmaker is, but there's Heavy Edit's going to have a lot of fun on Greats, don't you think?
I mean, I think Heavy Edit and Brush are going to have a lot of fun on Greats, because I would not be surprised if we see an immediate flank or just Lucas being in the courts of UFO 361 this entire game, but getting there is going to be the problem here, because I think UFO 361, they've kind of got the download a bit on Thundercats. They're not going to be caught off guard. They're not going to be surprised at what they do. So we're going to see immediate mid-fight. Gecko fighting for that top mid side against Noctis, forced to back away to keep their lives. Cooler's going to be popped out for Thundercats, looking for a way to get in. Lucas is going to be damaged here. Gecko's going to go down. 2 members down. Lucas in the flank is going to go down as well. And UFO 361, very, very good job of just not panicking and just keeping Thundercats away from mid. It's going to work out. The Vac's going to be be used as well. A lot of clams for Noctis. There's a score and a pick on top of that. Este popping that Booyah Bomb to keep the basket closed or get it closed as soon as possible. But Obito's going to be there with no clams, however. So that push, even though it looked really, really good, not a lot of substance, because you have, well, maybe I'm wrong, but you got a lot of points on the board, but not a lot of points on the board. But guess what? They're still hidden. So I guess I don't know nothing.
Yeah, now those points start coming in, already down to 50. Very solid work. The Inkvac to try and hold things off, but I mean, Lucas just immediately jumps behind trying to find the one with Saralit who is scoring the clams, as the rest of the team is trying to just clean things up. The Zuka from Gecko is going to find just one more pick, but it's not going to be enough to fully stop the scoring, as Noctis has even more. Knaves finds two, looking for that third, eventually has to back off now, as there aren't really that many clams left to score in a timely manner. And UFO 361, I mean, they're pretty happy with how that first two pushes went.
I mean, you look at this right now. They have the 2 power clams where they can just keep up the scoring. They have the strikes coming out. Lucas on that hammer on top of your screen is not going to help. They're going to go 3 down, actually. Este on the flank isn't going to quite matter. They're just going to ignore it and go straight for some points. It's going to work. Saralit just jumping in, and GG, shake my hand. Just, they caught out Este. They watched them dance around for a second, say, you know what? I'm done, and jumped to their teammate and got the clam in. And I don't think I saw Thundercats in mid after that first push, after that first minute of the game. They were always in their court. They were always held back, or they were always kept away, and it just felt like UFO 361. They just had their number, and that's a prime example right there.
Yeah, I mean, they kind of just didn't let up at all, no matter what happened, except for, that little bit of at the end of the first-ish push where Knaves was the last one standing, but immediately afterwards had the tri-strikes, immediately ran forwards with that, had the Inkvac too, I believe. And I mean, with that much pressure where the other team can't really do anything about it in the moment, especially with the Inkvac that we've seen get a lot of success recently, that kind of leads to some of these steamrolls. I mean, we also saw just absolutely farming thanks to the Inkvac protecting the hold in this first push. But yeah, I mean, that's that is kind of how it goes sometimes, especially when you don't have a lot of range and you give a Vac a crazy height advantage.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and now with that, UFO 361 will have their run back versus Stay High. We saw this earlier in winners finals. Stay High, they did 3-0 UFO 361, so maybe, after, getting that hot hand from winning the last set, maybe they'll have a bit more fire in their gut to just kind of, let's show up against Stay High, really.
Yeah, maybe this is kind of what they needed. Maybe they just need to drop the backline altogether to kind of shift into this new gear. But, I mean, similar to what we were discussing sort of at the end of the winner's final set, they don't really have a lot that can contest both Inkvac and, and Pencil. So we're going to expand on that a little bit more after this short break. It'll be a few minutes. We'll see y'all in a little bit for Grands.
All right, everyone, the moment you have been waiting for. Grand Finals, paddling pool number 361. Stay high, the number 1 seed, UFO 361, number 3 seed. So I'm excited to see what happens. Of course, I am Topic, joined once again by Signal Kari. And Kari, I'm excited for this matchup.
I am as well. We saw it unfold in the winners finals. It was a 3-0 in favor of Stay High. However, UFO have found a substitution for their pen player. They've switched over to a Zap 96 instead of a 96 pen. I think it was 96 pen.
Yes, it was.
It was 96 pen. Thank you. And with that, they've kind of found this new identity as a team. They play pretty fast, pretty aggressive, sort of what we used to know Backlist to do. And they're really not afraid to fight you just about anywhere. We've seen the 96 in particular get into some pretty outrageous positions on maps like Mahi Mahi, and just pop Inkvac and just wait for the rest of the team to follow up. And now it's just a question of, can Stay High sort of deal with that? We're going over to Tower Control on Inkblot Art Academy to kick things off. There is the comp that we've known from UFO from Losers Finals, and there's that. Is that a wiper for Stay High? I don't remember that.
Yeah, this is a new revelation for Stay High, going with that wiper, but it makes sense. It's Rainmaker, very aggressive. Oh no, not bad. It's Tower. It's you kind of wait. Hold on. You want that aggressive front to you. I think Wiper is very good here. We're gonna see what they can do with that. But immediately the leader going down for Stay High, along with the Wiper, along with Prosper on the knot, it's gonna give UFO at least an opportunity to get some points on the board here. But Stay High kind of collecting themselves and not allowing them to get anything else, really.
Yeah, I mean, they really have not allowed UFO 361 to move much. We've seen this Zap just absolutely farming on the bottom right. Found 3 picks, and there's the tactical for the rest of the team. Stay High now past that first checkpoint, have a pretty decent lead for themselves, but they still need to hold for quite a while to just secure that game win. This leader already has a good amount of space to work with. Pops that Wavebreaker, has to back up thanks to the Inkvac. But here comes the hammer thrown onto the ground, not quite going to find anything. 2 players do end up dropping, I would assume, to like a torpedo or something. This Wiper found 3 if that's the case, and it's just the Zap left standing. Prosper's going to swing, not quite find anything. Actually, Saralit is going to find the trade there and get behind the leader. I don't think this leader is aware. No, they're not, and they immediately go down. The Zap is still up, and now UFO 361, they have an opportunity to get a push here as long as they find the other Zap who is also behind.
I mean, yeah, but how often will that happen? Because Stay High, even though they did go, 2-3 members down, they managed to recover very well, so I can't credit them on that. Is that whenever they fall, they're not panicking. They're keeping their composure. They're making sure that they keep UFO 361. They know where they are. They know what they can do, but UFO 361, they broke through that checkpoint, kept it going. See, 1 in the backlines, but with 2 members down, this may, they're forced to jump away. This may be a lead if they can get towards this this checkpoint, but they have the bubble, they have the vac, popping both just to stay alive. You see one jumping into the tower. It is gonna work out, and Stay High, they did manage to get the lead, but at what cost? Because now you're wiped out. You gave Stay High a lot of space, a lot of paint to build their specialty cooler and rain at the ready as well. So this may be Stay High's opportunity to get back at that lead.
Yeah, I mean, they already have a ton of space, like you just mentioned. Prosper set up on that left-hand side, trying to deny Noctis from dropping, but Noctis is immediately going to find that pick. The Tri-Strikes going onto the tower are going to force things out as well. The Ultra Stam not quite going to find anything either. The leader hasn't really been able to find any picks. He's able to tag out, and has a double, actually, a collateral. Never mind. Never mind. Ignore me. I don't know anything. Oh, as this leader finds two, but it's still not quite enough. The Wiper is behind, but being pinched by two players of UFO 361, they're not really able to do much, and they're about to extend their lead now.
I mean, yeah, they're breaking through that second checkpoint like it's nothing. You see, they're in the backlines. The leader able to get another one as well. Make it a fourth one since you said that. So now you Stay High. They have the opportunity here to possibly get them out. But UFO 361, I think the switch over or having Obito with that 96 allows them to be more aggressive against this leader, alongside be a lot more safer with that vac for pushing tower. I think that's very, very helpful for them at the moment here, because as we can see, Stay High, they still have to break through the entire second checkpoint plus a little bit further to get towards that lead here, but we're gonna see what they can do. You see them just building up around the second checkpoint here. Unfortunately, 3 are going to go down there. It's just a zap trying to play some defense, not quite gonna work out. And UFO 361, they've been playing really well. They've been getting these picks, they've been getting these kills, and they've been much more than the first set that they played. They've been a lot quicker at pushing up against those.
Yeah, I mean, they've been really, really solid at especially punishing this leader. You know, it's hard. It's sometimes hard to find some good angles and some good shots with this on this map in particular. But I mean, Stay High is getting punished on another level of that. Noctis has the big bubbler, doesn't quite find any picks, but a good bit of damage. Obito has that Inkvac ready to hold some more space. 3 players on tower, and Knaves is able to jump up onto that top left, gets sniped immediately, and the Wiper is able to prevent that tower from pushing any further. Obito is still top mid, though, immediately jumps onto that tower. There are 2 players staring at him, but still able to find a trade. And UFO 361, they put themselves in a very, very strong position to secure this win. They have the Tri-Strikes at the ready. And I mean, we've seen that work before with the GG strikes here.
Yeah, DG strikes, and Stay High still has a very, very long way to go, including the entirety of that second checkpoint. You see them just waiting for that strikes plus the vac to kind of clear that second checkpoint. Strikes are going to be popped by Knaves, just waiting, and there it is too with a single strike, a triple kill. Not quite the quad that they're looking for, but that is going to do it. And UFO 361 has done something that not all the other teams has done before. So before this game, Stay High has only lost 1 game in this entire tourney to Thundercats. UFO 361 just matched them. So off the rip, that's really impressive. That's a momentum builder right there.
Yeah, that's a good start if you are UFO 361. Very, very solid work for the team. Now, you know, you just got to do it 5 more times and you win, right?
Yeah, of course.
Yeah, but you know, now we're going on to a slightly more comfortable pick for Stay High. This is a map that they have selected earlier in Rainmaker on Scorch Gorge. I imagine we're going to be seeing an Inkvac for Stay High with the Vanilla Splat Charger being pulled out, and I'm very curious to see how UFO 361 kind of answer that.
I think they just have the same game plan, right? I think you'd be a bit careful with the strikes, of course, because the vac can't absorb the little the little ball thing. I don't know what it's called. Does that have a name? I'm not sure if it has a name.
The vac shot or the Rainmaker club?
No, I'm talking about the like the strikes, like the little ball you throw out.
Oh, the not a tracer. Shoot.
Yeah,
I know what you're talking about. Yeah, the projectile that you should throw to signal the strike.
Yeah,
like flares of some sort.
Sort of. I think you have to be very careful of that with the vac. Make sure that it doesn't get absorbed. But other than that, I think if UFO 361 kind of does what they've been doing, they've been really good at kind of punishing not only the leader, but this kind of not passive, but this more kind of held back version of Stay High. I think that's going to work out for them. But if they do bring out this Charger, things might change really quickly as we're going to get into the game. No changes for Stay High, or no, for UFO 361 for Stay High. There it is. There's the VAC Charger. So we're going to see at least maybe like 3 to 4 VAC pushes this game. I would not be surprised.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I mean, probably 3 to 4 from both teams. I mean, these weapons can get it fairly frequently. Even the Charger, if it gets Rain Pop and it still has a good amount that it can paint. As we see, it's already gotten, a couple of shots off that'll help out. But Noctis immediately is able to shut it down. No vac for the side of Stay High here early as UFO 361. They still have a hefty amount of space to work with, but end up getting traded out a little bit. One player down. Naves is still in his bottom left as well, right where their teammate died. And UFO 361, they go 3 down. Naves has to jump out, and Stay High, they managed to stabilize, and they've gotten the checkpoint. And I'd imagine are pretty close to an ink vac here as well.
I mean, yeah, but there's a Hammer as well, trying to at least clear the court. Not able to get any picks off, but these strikes are going to be forcing Stay High back, at least for now. You see the Zap just waiting and lying in wait. It would have been, I believe, a double kill with the bomb on the pillow. That's going to be very helpful for Stay High. It's going to pick up the Rainmaker, get to a nice 6-7 score, and looking for even more points on the board here. The VAC is at the ready. A flank, though, is going to stop them in their tracks here, possibly going for the VAC. For the VAC is able to work, forcing the Zap to drop, but getting another one on top of it, getting a double kill with the Rainmaker. It may just be a Rainmaker main if that knocks on the flank is able to not get the Rainmaker, just staying alive somehow, some way, and just keeping his in the favor of Stay High, looking for points on the board here. You see UFO 361 just throwing bodies at the Rainmaker, not quite able to work out. Strikes are going to stall out again, but if you can't put up any pressure, they can just sit here. Even though they didn't get any points on the board there until just now, a lot of time has been ran off of the clock, now down to 48 points remaining, and UFO 361, with the 3 members down, this may be the opportunity that they need to get this checkpoint.
Yeah, it's just the Charger left as well, who can't really do much with the blaster directly underneath the ledge. This is also a custom blaster, so they forgo a little bit of that cover with the big bubbler for that triple splashdown, which can find some pretty easy picks like that onto the Viper from the right-hand side. It looks like Obito has found themselves also on the right-hand side, but ends up getting picked off by the Zap, who has just been going ham with the Rainmaker, with the Zap. It doesn't matter. As UFO 361, they're still not able to get onto the plat. Stay High have been doing an excellent job of holding so far, and I don't even think their Charger is set up. There they are just now with the ink vac.
Hammer.
Don't get the checkpoint thanks to the Hammer, but now with that vac shot and with one more player finding a trade diving in, this is a pretty solid angle if they can just find one more pick. There it is, but traded out. And Stay High, they've still played some fantastic defense here.
I mean, yeah, even though that checkpoint did fall, they're still in a position to at least contest this pop and not give UFO 361 any more space to work with. The VAC coming out from the Charger is going to help out, at least force the members of UFO 361 to not be as aggressive here. As you see right there, Noctis getting punished almost immediately here, and Prosper looking to drop it into, of course, the Rainmaker pit, everyone's favorite spot on this map, and looking to just try to get up this ramp, because so far it's been working out for them really well. They've kept up this pressure. They kept up this just staying alive, really. Like the Rainmaker, shout out to Stay High for the Rainmaker carriers just staying alive for as long as possible and just keeping time off of the clock. That's very, very helpful here as we enter the last 90 seconds of this game. Stay High, while they do need to get points on the board, they don't necessarily have to rush it. They can play a little bit safe, they can play a little bit back, they can just make sure they get a good opportunity first. But unfortunately, looks like they won't possibly get that, as Prosper's gonna get rushed down and the Rainmaker's gonna go down as well.
Yeah, but again, like you said, excellent stalling from Stay High. They have burned 4 minutes off of this clock and only allowed about 30 points. The Zap is going to barely not find any picks, as well as Sarah Lee is able to clean that one up. And, I mean, now we have a couple of specials on deck for UFO 361. We've got the Splashdown, the Tri-Strikes, and that Ink Vac, that ever so important Ink Vac, is up now as well. And this is going to be kind of the test for Stay High. How are you going to be able to respond? You have the Ink Storm, you have the Ultra Stamp. What are you going to use? What do you have to burn to kind of prevent this push from getting the lead? The Ultra Stamp is already down, the Storm is up, and there's the Vac Pop actually from the Charger. That's going to force everybody out along with the Rain, and that actually gives a very solid counter push for Stay High here. Just in the dying 15 seconds, it's nobody left standing though, and this is trouble.
Oh, no.
This is quite difficult. The Charger needs to find something, but with the Ink Vac in front, that's giving UFO 361 the lead. They've gotten the pick, they've gotten the lead, 16 points, but that's everything that you need, especially if you can contest this pop, stall it for as long as humanly possible. Now Stay High need to pick up the Rain, but they're just not able to. They've thrown all the way back to spawn here, Topic.
I mean, yeah, they have to basically go a country mile to get any points on the board. Knock this at the bottom of your screen, just staying alive. But it doesn't even matter. Knaves there, still in the court, just biding and waiting their time and to end this game. And UFO 361 looking really good, I would say. They held up really well against Stay High's pushes. They held up really well against the VAC of Stay High, and they just played really well. And now UFO 361, they're one game away from not only forcing a bracket reset, but also a 3-0 bracket reset with a lot of momentum on their side here.
Yeah, this is just strictly speaking impressive from a numbers standpoint. You get absolutely curb stomped. There's no other way to put it. You kind of got smoked in the winners finals, but now you're coming back here with comeback wins, with dominant game 1 wins. This is all you could really hope for UFO 361 right now. And like you said, they're knocking on the door of that reset. It really hasn't felt like they haven't been in control of the set so far as well, even when Stay High had the lead here. It's been working out so far so well, but now we're going on to zones. This is Leader's home turf, and we're going on to Mako Mart. We've seen Knaves farm here, but we've seen the rest of the rest of Stay High kind of farm everybody else. So where do you think this is gonna go here, Topic?
Okay, I don't know. I think if Stay High keeps Leader, I think Leader's good on this map, so I think they're going to keep it. I think they're going to keep mainly the same. I think both teams are going to keep the same comp, right? I don't see why you would change. Only thing, maybe set of the VAC Charger, maybe back to E-Leader. But honestly, I think if UFO keeps playing the way that they're playing, like they have strikes, they have VAC, they have and they have a zap as well, so they can just keep paint up really well. They can kind of counteract the Rain from Stay High really well. But we're going to see from UFO 361 with the same comp from the side of Stay High going back to that Leader. So I think the biggest fight, in my opinion, is going to be for these stacks. Mainly, it's going to be a fight of the blasters to see who can sit under ledges and who can, enforce their will better.
Yeah, it's already looking pretty good in terms of map control for Stay High. They haven't really walked forwards much, but they have control of the zone, already have corralled a lot of UFO 361 to that bottom right. The Zap does have to jump out, but still a lot of positional advantage and some picks for Stay High here. Still trading out though. Sarah Lee is trying to maintain the rest of the zone for UFO 361, but Stay High still have control of that zone. They're ticking down, already down to 75 points with a pretty dominant mid fight, and now the Leader is set up as well. Not really easy to move it, especially on this map, without having to invest one, maybe even two specials. Like, there's the Ink Vac, there are the Tri-Strikes, and we're still in trouble as the Leader finds a pick onto that Vac.
I mean, yeah, great snipe out from the Leader, just keeping back UFO 361 as much as possible, forcing Noctis in the corner here as the zone is still going to be untouched for UFO 361 as they're still getting these picks, going 2 members down. A nice one there from the Blaster, looking for even more help from the Leader. Is going to be what they need. Is just Noctis. They're going to get wiped. And that might be all she wrote. You see Prosper just waiting and seeing anyone drops. They're going to drop. It's going to be a second or way too late for UFO 361 and Stay High after going down 0-2, just blowing the brakes off of UFO 361. Like, I don't think they didn't lose control zone a single time. right? They just couldn't get in the zone. I think the help of the leader really kept them at bay.
Yeah, that leader was not contested whatsoever. Even with the tri-strikes, they were on the zone, not to sort of clear the space for the rest of the team to move against the leader. And we saw that in real time get punished by Stay High. You know, you're still able to paint over the zone with that zap, but the rest of the team is then immediately able to just swing out, find the picks that they need, win the fight with crazy advantage, because UFO 361 basically just burned a lot of specials for fun, to neutralize the zone for a few seconds, and that gives Stay High a massive advantage going into just going into that fight. Now the question is, will they be able to continue this going on the Crab Leg Capital on Clam Blitz? And this is another leader favorite.
I mean, yeah, so I think with that very dominant win on game 3 with a leader dominant map as well, I think this is in favor of Stay High, just straight up, because I think, they've ironed out the kinks. They kind of know what to expect. They know if they hold out UFO 361, they let the leader player kind of set up in their good positions, kind of get those off angles like they did earlier in the last set that they played. I think this could be a very, very quick game for Stay High, even though it is Clam Blitz, which generally takes longer than zones for 100-0. It can, or I feel like it can happen.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, with a lot of the control that leader can kind of exert over the map, it's really tough to push it even with an ink vac. Now we're seeing a little bit of range being used as to counteract that a little bit, with the range blaster. But this weapon is nowhere near as good as it once was, and this might make it a little bit harder for UFO 361 to kind of fight against Stay High, especially that Nautilus, who can kind of really just swing anybody they want on this team.
I mean, yeah, but we're going to see what they can do with their early Prosper going down, almost a million knocks going down in a trade as well. Just a lot of fighting on both sides of the map. The flank from the short blaster isn't going to work out. Unfortunately, they do get the small bubble. Very unfortunate there. And that will give UFO 361 lost space to work with here. But you see it, I see it, the leader just staring down mid and forcing the members of UFO 361 to stay back and not get too hasty with their closures here. But they have the strikes. I would say they almost had the weight breaker as well, but they don't, as they're going to go down there. And unfortunately for them, Stay High kind of collapsing as well, getting a nice 2 down. Obito going for a flank is going to go down as well. And Stay High, very, very good job of kind of stabilizing. And now they can possibly push, but no, they're not.
No, not at all. They end up getting picked off in mid. UFO 361 now have a good amount of control, almost finding that pick onto Prosper too. That would be big trouble for Stay High if Prosper ends up going down here, holding down the right-hand side just so the rest of the team can kind of go crazy. The leader walking forward just a little bit more, looking for a couple more picks, not quite going to find anything just yet, but still provides an avenue for the team to get back in. Yes! There's the trade! Oh my goodness, what a flick! Absolutely ridiculous. And Stay High, I mean, they don't gain a lot off of that, but I mean, that was pretty sick.
I mean, yeah, that's a clip right there. But is it gonna matter in the long run for Stay High to keep up this kind of win, the momentum they got from the last game? Looks like they won't, because UFO 361 still has looking to get in. They have vac and strikes, so they have the tools to get in. If they get a power clam, they do have one. Looking for possibly a couple more clams to work with here, so that push is more effective. You see Noctis trying to fight a Prosper on the top of your screen, forced to back away, and now back to neutral. But you see Stay High is going to do a really great job of just fighting, getting a wipeout, which looked not that great for them, turned into a very good spot, but they don't have a power clam at the ready, or they do have one, but not any follow-up as well. So like kind of what happened, like I said earlier in this stream, if you only get the power clam, then you're basically giving the enemy team a free 20 points.
Yeah, I mean, you don't really have much to work with, but you do end up getting that leader set up. Everybody is 1 HP on the side of UFO 361. Eventually, Naves is going to just heal a little bit more and find a pick as well and immediately convert that into even more. It's just the leader left standing, actually. UFO 361, they still had a little bit of a rough go at it in mid, but able to come out on top there for the time being, have an opportunity to score
Ooh.
again until the leader finds another pick onto Naves.
I mean, yeah, this leader just doing a lot of carrying right now, just making sure that UFO 361 cannot get any points on the board. See, another pick going down as well, and another one just adding to the kill count as much as possible, and keeping Stay High in the mid, and making sure that UFO 361 cannot have anywhere safe to stand is working out really well in their favor. But once again, UFO 361 with the vac and the strikes to stop any pushes, forcing one to jump back. Naves popping the strike from this top side is not quite able to get the pick just yet. Forced to at least go up this side looking for a pick there. No, they're gonna go down. A minute and a half to go left in this game, and Stay High is doing a really great job of staying in mid and just keeping keeping UFO 361 back, but they really haven't been able to get any offense going, right? They're very good at stalling in mid, but not able to translate that into like any offensive pressure.
Yeah, and that's kind of where Stay High's comp shines. If you get a pick on the leader like UFO 361 just did, then Prosper's immediately there to mow you down as the Nautilus, and same thing with the rest of the team, but Obito is able to find one onto Prosper, has that ink vac at the ready. The leader is not quite able to find anything, neither is this Zap, but the Blaster is finding a ton of chip damage on that right-hand side, actually draws over all three players of UFO 361 and gives Stay High an opportunity to find a pick. There it is. The strikes don't really get all that much value for it. Naves, though, walking forwards on that right-hand side again. That bucket, so good at playing around ledges, incredibly deadly when playing the vertical, and just nobody's able to contest it on the side of Stay High. The Blaster does barely eke out the win, but now is able to turn. There's three players down. It's just Obito left, maybe having to ink vac, but not going to opt for it for the time being. Immediately goes down, but two players drop on the side of Stay High. It's just 5 seconds left, and there's no power clam on the side of UFO 361.
Oh, that might be it.
They've got no economy, and that's Stay High evening it up for a game 5. We were just talking about how UFO 361 were, just one game away from reset. Now we're one game away from reset and from possibly having a tournament winner.
I mean, yeah, Stay High, I feel like what they did really well is they kind of compounded a good win, right? They, especially at the end there, they got a pick, and they got 3 right after. The whole team kind of collapsed onto mid, onto the remaining members that were already weak. Also, nice flick there. Just great. It was a great flick there from the leader. Just amazing. But yeah, they did a really great job of just compounding their wins, and it worked really well for them. Now, unfortunately, they really couldn't get any more points on the board, but like we said during the game, it was just their whole comp was really good at just staying in one spot, basically. They were able to sit in mid and kind of not let UFO 361 go anywhere. They kept the game simple, and guess what? The game worked out in their favor.
Yeah, fantastically so, might I add. They really just kind of used their comp to use the strongest weapon in their comp to control the entire pace of the game, like we've seen so many times before with Leader, but especially so on Crab Lake Capital. Excellent work. Again, though, we're going to a pretty tight map that we've seen UFO 361 do pretty well, or tighter maps we've seen UFO 361 do pretty well on, but we haven't seen them play Inkblot yet. We've seen Stay High play it, and they did a fantastic job, but that was a different UFO 361 before that, before this, so... And it was a completely different mode. Now we're back on tower control, so this could really go either way.
I mean, yeah, I think the game plan for UFO 361 is to get on bats. You get on bats with either the vac or the strikes, and you kind of just get that second checkpoint for free. And I think for Stay High, like we've been saying this entire set, just keeping the leader clean and keeping that leader in spots where they can affect the tower is very, very helpful. Or keeping him on the stacks, very helpful for getting toward or getting any pressure onto Plat. But we're gonna see as we hop straight into game number 5, the tiebreaker for this set. You see immediately both teams looking for that left-hand stack, but Naves on the right side just sharking, waiting, biding their time with the cooler as well, going straight for Prosper, forcing a jump out from them as well. And UFO 361 will win that first fight and start the scoring immediately, getting towards that first checkpoint relatively unscathed, might I add, as they're able to break it in the first 30 seconds of the game, plus bubble. This may be a very quick second checkpoint.
Yeah, I mean, they have a lot of utility to work with, but not really any space. Nobody walked forward with the Tri-Strikes. Prosper immediately found one, looking for that second with the fall-off, but not quite finding anything. The Blaster and the Zap are walking forwards into the tree and find everybody for UFO 361. Stay high. They're not quite out of this yet. You know, it was just a minute, and only one checkpoint broken. They've still got a lot of time to work with and a good amount of specials already. All three of them being popped. The Blaster finding one, but Knaves is on the flank. Wait a minute.
Oh.
Never mind. The Zap is able to shut it down. Now the leader is taking the one with Sarah Lee. Prosper's there to clean up, and there's the lead flip topic. We are on the second checkpoint, and Stay High, they're looking pretty comfortable now.
I mean, yeah, Prosper on the bats. The Vac's gonna be forced away or forced him to pop out, but the Elio just does not care. Getting more points on the board, 2 down. That may be 3. You see, Noctis is gonna drop, gonna get that pick as well, forcing the last one to jump, but Stay High, a really great push, getting through those first 2 checkpoints, plus a couple more points on the board. Now you're forcing UFO 361 to put a lot more resources to not only getting towards bats, but getting at least further than that, getting past that second checkpoint, which is going to be really, really big here. You see almost immediately those strikes are going to come out, but not getting a whole lot out of it, as 2 of UFO 361 is going to go down, looking for even more from Prosper in mid here. With that range going to work out in their favor, when the bubble going to go down as well. So Stay High, really great job of stabilizing themselves and just not allowing themselves to get overwhelmed by UFO 361's pressure.
They haven't really been. They've been unshakable so far this game. I mean, we see Noctis struggling with fighting that Zap. Such a slippery gun, not really able to pin it down a lot of the time. You have to have a couple of teammates looking at it a lot of the time if you just want to really constrict its movement. Still though, able to get out of so much, finds that jump camp as well, gets the second with the Blaster, and there's another one for good measure for Stay High. They're looking to get that push going, a delayed wipeout for the team, and Prosper's looking onto this top left. The Blaster's already there looking to fight. Obito finds that pick, point sensor on all 4, so and Stay High, they don't really need to push super far up. They can kind of just control mid and just put this tower in a more awkward spot for UFO 361 to work with, and that is exactly what they're doing. Oh!
Okay, hold on. Okay, but the Blaster getting a nice double kill to at least keep UFO 361 from getting their resources together to get a better push than them. But Obito just panning mid for Noctis to get the tower. Very good job there. As you see, the tower is going the opposite direction than what the Blaster on Stay High wants to go, as they're almost already towards that second checkpoint with a bubble on tower, with the Vac and the strikes almost at the ready on the bats. This may be the lead if they're able to break past this checkpoint, but they're not able to do it just yet. The tower is not quite going to reset just yet. Obito going down, and that's a Mickey reset. So Stay High is just at the 11th hour is able to keep that tower at least from breaking through that second checkpoint, so that at the very least means UFO 361 has to go through the entire countdown once again.
Yeah, I mean, that's a minute left as well, and specials aren't particularly close for UFO 361. They don't have space to work with either, as the Zap just rushes forward to clear everybody out of mid. Stay High have another opportunity to just push, maybe extend their lead, get to an uncomfortable position for UFO to deal with here. And we already see the Zap finding one, immediately turned on by that Blaster, and the Blaster is going ham. Same thing with Knaves, who finds the pick onto Prosper. And with 30 seconds remaining, it's just this leader left standing. Stay High is able to get into position for this hold, but now it's looking a little bit dodgy, as UFO 361, they do have 2 more specials to use. They opt to pop both of them immediately. Prosper finds one, absolutely melts the second as well. Obito's the last one left. There's a jump in,
that might be game.
Not enough. That's probably going to be game. The jumps in, the last ditch effort, is not going to give UFO 361 any opportunities. And Stay High, they weather the storm, they reverse sweep, and they are your paddling pool 361 champions.
I mean, shout out to Prosper at the very end of the game. You saw it, I saw it, I think you called it out. The rain just melted that bubble, because it melted the bubble, it melted the players, because he knew, or they knew, that, hey, if I pop rain here on this, kind of straightaway that the tower has to go, that's gonna be a lot of damage on the board, and it allowed Stay High to kind of collapse on to that tower. It allowed them to just kind of end that game, and like you said, they were down 0-2. They got the reverse sweep, and they're gonna win Paddling Pool 3-6-1.
Yeah, excellent work. You know, we've been seeing more and more leader just really take take all regions and levels by storm recently, and this is just the latest name in a list of like teams and players who have found success with it recently. Is, I believe, just taking a quick look here, Crowny, I think, is that leader on Stay High. This weapon is really coming to its own, especially with the rest, with a lot of cooler options being more available for it. And this is just a ridiculously strong team as well. Stay High, you know, we've know a bunch of these players from other teams like Frutella and Healbook and everything. Very, very well done.
I mean, yeah, what else can we say? Just a really good players playing really well together, and unfortunately for UFO 361, it was just wrong place, wrong time, I assume, because like they had the momentum going into it, and then I think it was that Zone's Mako game that kind of flipped it in favor of Stay High. Like, I think that was a real gut punch to them, and it was just very unfortunate that the next map was like one of the leader's favorite of all time, and then tower control on that map specifically, where leader can just kind of just sit in a on bats or on the little clam area and just make it impossible for you to push. So I think UFO 361, you put up a really, really damn good fight. It's just unfortunately you are a little bit short. But with that, that is it from us over at Dapple Productions. Before we go, a little bit of housekeeping to do. So Kari, where can people find you?
You can find me just about anywhere the Splatoon community hangs out, at Sigdakari, like you see at the bottom of your screen, whether that's Discord, Blue Sky, YouTube, Twitch, Twitter, all that jazz. Topic, where can the lovely people find you?
Yeah, you can find me over at Topical2 on Blue Sky, Topic_2 _2 on Discord, and also you can find me next Saturday at ANOVA number 3, the LAN Championship qualifier in the DMB area. So if you're in that area, please stop by, say hi. It'll be fantastic. But with that, that is it over from us. Thank you to Jordan for being our wonderful, wonderful streamer. Thank you to all the staff in the background, making sure this thing runs as smoothly as possible. And with that, that is it from us at Dapple Productions. So with that, see y'all later and have a good night.